December 26, 2023. It is 6:31 a.m. The hunt for Akeli the Sage continues. There's a voice warm-up. Take one. Drinking tea, so my voice should be a little clearer today. Something about that coffee kind of gravels up my voice pretty good. Well, I guess it's cool, but, you know, that's not my voice. Alright. I'm just going to check to see. I got tactics to work on. I got some defense mechanisms. No, I'm just gonna kind of do what they're doing. I'm gonna go hide if they show up and shit. So they have no one to mess with. They'll just be them, all alone. So if they want to feel like it's what it feels like to be all alone, I'll let them know. I'll give them that feeling for them. I hope they're all set up, ready to go. But I'm not fighting against it anymore. But I know also that they won't stick around. They won't stick around for the whole duration of me farming. So I got a little bit of an advantage as far as persistence. They're trolling based off of convenience. I got them dialed in pretty well. They were trolling me through chat, and that was super convenient for them because they can go about their daily stuff. But I left chat, so they actually had to start trolling towards me. And I actually went to a zone where it's easy to do that. So this is kind of a multifaceted mission that I'm on right now. They probably didn't realize this. Dad was on the world stage with trolling and stuff like that. So like what I grew up with was a little different. Oh, did I take a pill? Take that allergy pill real quick. I don't think I took one. I might have. I guess it won't kill me if I take another one, but over time this is probably not good for the blood vessels. Yeah, I'll mark it down so I don't take another one. And the more they try and troll me in the area, the more upset they'll get. And so the least likely they're going to continue. Part of the persistence, because I'm not really doing anything. I kind of egged them on a little bit, and they went overboard on Christmas Eve, right? A holiday. Shouted out someone was grieving someone on a holiday. That's stone cold. That's family time. You know what I mean? That's fucked up. Damn, another one? Yeah, I don't even use these things. Ghost card? Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. What? I know I got a notification. Still got something in my throat. Gainesville's Sun, huh? I'm glad I canceled that. You know, I had to call. This is what Gainesville's like, right? I had to. There's a feature on the website to cancel the subscription, a digital subscription. There's a feature. There's a button. Cancel. It doesn't work on purpose. It's like, oh no, there's an error. It literally does an on-purpose error. So you have to call a phone number and talk with someone from India about the Gainesville Sun. That's so fucked up. Excuse my language, but I grew up in this place, Alachua County. That's what I grew up into. I mean, most of my, a lot of my language was learned outside of this country. Occasionally I'll have I don't know if it's an English accent or a British accent. I don't know who was in charge of the preschool I went to. Mom was going to college, so I had to go somewhere. So I went to like a daycare center or like a preschool. I don't know if it was on base. I think it might have been a like a makeshift, because it was like part of like a an arcade slash like recreational kind of clubhouse, I think it was. So I remember seeing Mario for the first time, and it was like 1987. It was the old Mario. It's not like the side scrolling. It was, well, if you side scrolled, you went to one screen to the other side of the screen. It was like the Donkey Kong version. Someone's wasting their time trying to lower the price of the rune pet eggs. You know, I'm just trying to get rid of the damn things. Like, I have so many of them. Oh my god. Like, they sell for the same price every single fucking time. These people are, you know what? I'm not gonna say it, but they're petty. They're petty as fuck. Excuse my language. Raised by someone from the Navy, but they're super fucking petty. It's silly petty. Tom Petty and the Silly Heartbreakers. I hope they write that in their diary, you know? Dear diary, Gem called me Tom Petty and the Silly Heartbreakers today. Oh no. Oh shit, they would not do well in my environment. They would get absorbed into the collective, and it would suck. I say that, but I've seen it and it does suck. Some people can appear squishy-faced because they're strong enough to deal with what happens when they appear squishy-faced. But other people, they can't handle it, so they harden up in the face, but the inside's still kind of squishy. Got here. Yeah, you say that kind of thing around, and people get they get angsty when you say that kind of stuff. So I try and keep it to myself. Those are the inner thoughts. Yeah, if they keep doing the pricing thing, two things will happen. Um, People trying to join up that might be actually pretty useful for instances and stuff like that in the future. They'll just quit. uh, they might have money to spend, but they'll sample the game for like a couple of weeks, and they'll see those price fluctuations, like just someone coming in and selling like 15 rune eggs for half price, just off like a vendetta against someone else. They'll see that, right? And they'll go like, oh, really? That's what it's like? The market is this bad? This game is imploding on itself, and they'll just leave. So these personal vendettas against players are part of the reason why the game base keeps shrinking. The population is shrinking because of these very fine people with their very fine hats can't get their head out of their backside. And it's not because of the money. Like, this is silly amounts of gold, right? Once you get up to a certain level, like, this is barely enough to form like 3 vanity plates of guild vanity plates, right? Like the stupid. If I had a guild name underneath the Ort, like it would just be like a silly vanity plate, right? That's barely enough to have that for 3 different characters. And yet they still do it. They still continue. Even if I told this to them to their face, they would say like, yeah, whatever. Like, I don't know if they don't have what it takes to absorb the information, process it, and go like, oh, okay. Or if it's just like bouncing off their heads. Like they just don't see it. They don't see beyond their own like mental space. It's so locked in, still like closed, that they just can't even like see anything beyond it. Which is totally fine. Like, this people are like this. Like, they don't even understand the basic mechanics of economics. Just the fundamental stuff. If you see a volatile market, you don't contribute to it. You don't enter into it. Just I didn't even have to take an economics class to know this shit. I never took one. I don't even know what I'm doing with these. You know what? Because those kind of people would be buying these resources. So I'm just going to go ahead and just delete them. If they want the resources, they'll have to farm them themselves. That's all there is to it. They want to make their magical instruments. That's fine. I'll just delete it. I don't need it. As a matter of fact, that's a holdover when I was doing mini games like 2 months ago. I don't show up in Central Verona, so they can't troll me there. I don't show up in any of the localized areas. They can't troll me there. So they literally have to come to me and waste their own time to troll me. And they think I'm stupid. Alright. Might be a little stupid. I think anyone playing this game has to be just not stupid. They have to be. There's something about this game that attracts some of the most interesting people. I guess it is kind of ironic for me to talk about economics when people are playing this game, because there's a lot of people that are like maxing out their credit cards. Like they'll talk in global chat and say, I've spent over $10,000 in this game, right? But how many credit cards did they have to burn through to get to that point? Like, did they burn through the credit cards? Do they still have them? Or is it like someone with like a platinum card that just like, whatever? It's hard to tell. When they start talking though, and they screw up a lot of words like all the time. At that point, you're like, oh yeah, that person probably has a problem. Some people have heart conditions where uh, they're what they see and what they type. There's a disconnect. There's a delay, and they'll press enter with just like so much. They're assured of the words. They're just like confident, and they press enter and they go like, either they don't care, or they press enter and it's like, yeah, that's just how I am. Um, so it very well could be like people in their 50s or 60s with heart problems, heart conditions. They've been through a heart attack, and so their language center is not it's not firing on all the cylinders. It's like the Cadillac. The cool thing about Cadillacs is you can have an engine block failure, like you can have a cracked block where supposedly that thing should not work, but it'll actually fire off of like 2 cylinders still, because you got what, like 8 cylinders, so like lock down like all the 6, then it'll fire off 2 to be able to get you to where you need to go. So that's the cool thing about Cadillacs, is you don't typically have to, for certain instances, have to get someone to tow you. Like you can actually drive it to where you need to go. So if you ever see a Cadillac with the hazards on, like driving real slow, that's part of it. At least that's how it was in like the 80s and 90s. They call it the limp home feature, or the limp back home feature, or something like that. I guess you'd still have to tow it, but if you limped back home, that kind of, the saying kind of doesn't really fit. But park here to see if my theory is correct or not. I still gotta load up on stuff, so I'm gonna park here for a little bit, see what's going on. I don't know if I think they're most of it is they're listening for sounds within the environment. So they have characters placed in the main town, so they can hear someone kind of like walking around, and then they can respond to that. They probably have multiple computers, or maybe like they have multiple windows on their computer, and each window is like like a security camera. Each one is like a different security camera location. So they have it like a CCTV system, and it's all tied onto the same audio source. So they hear it, and they like look around. Okay, we got them. And then I don't know if signal goes out to someone else. Like if there's, I think it's just one person that's using a lot of different systems, and so they can like reconfigure the security, the CCTV to like, I could set up a script, right, to run the CCTV first, and that'll launch all the virtual machines that I need, and then have a script where it's just like you press a button and it closes all of those, and then set up another script so it can launch the trolling mechanism, and suddenly you have like 5 screens open to troll someone using 5 different characters. So it'd be, it's trivial to do this, right? It's just a matter of like looking up the information and writing the scripts. I don't think that's what I'm dealing with. I think they actually use the CCTV system as the trolling mechanism, so they don't use like 10 sets of 10 characters. They only use like 5. So I don't even think it's that advanced. I think they use like maybe a couple of characters placed in strategic locations. It is kind of complicated, and it takes a while to set up, and I think it's kind of funny. But I'm trying not to be too much of a, for lack of a better phrase, like dick about it, or like too much of an asshole about it. That's probably the better one. But yeah, I had a script where I can spawn out. So it was a cluster, virtual machine cluster. It was one node, and it connected out to no, it was I guess you call it it would be like a manager, right? The manager virtual machine, and then it would reach out to like 4 different nodes. So it was a 5 virtual machine system that all I had to do is say like one thing in a terminal. It would be like Vorta, like that, and that was it. I type in the word Vorta, and it launches 5 virtual machines, and I was in control of the managing virtual machine at after launching it. So it was, and that was all through CentOS. That was a 5 cluster CentOS system. I call it the Vorta cluster because it's based off of Deep Space Nine characters. The Vorta of Deep Space Nine, which were clones, members of the Dominion. They were the holders of the the creatures that needed the white to survive. I forget what they're called. I think one of the reasons why they wanted to troll me is to keep me from having this kind of free form thought, because he's like a monster. It's true, I am a monster. Alright. Alright, I need to do some work. Some work appeared 6:53 a.m. I've been up since 3:30. It's not much, but if I was to do 50 of those, excuse me, it would be close to pretty close. Well, 60 or 70 would be close to a day of work from what I was used to in retail. December. Damn, I need to update that calendar. I don't have too many bills this month, so I'm doing pretty good. Try and go fishing soon, because I need to go back to that pond. That was the pond where I told my father about my first failing grade. That was the beginning of my ADHD experience. And it was a change in the parent-child dynamics too. That really, I was really different. I didn't expect that. Oh, what are you gonna do? For lack of a better term, I say tiger parents. Or really like snow leopard parents. Because tiger parents isn't really... Snow leopard is, so... I think Norwegian... Well, let's be honest, based on like family name and how I grew up, Prussian or German, Central Europe, and way North Central Europe for Norwegian. So yeah, there's Viking blood in the family, like honest to goodness, because they came over from they're French Canadian. Vikings came to Canada and became French Canadians. I think. No. Yeah, well, Vikings did come to Canada, and they settled. But I think they're mostly, most of that lineage would be deep north. They would be the white north. French Canadian, though. But there's Viking blood, because... Mom had to have the surgery for that, the Viking finger. But it's also, it's prevalent in other cultures. But then again, too, that might be prevalent because of the Viking blood. Who knows? But, I don't know what it is. And it could be the pinky, it could be the ring finger, it could be middle finger, it could be really any of the fingers other than the thumbs. So I might have to have a surgery here. It's like a zigzag pattern on both hands, because it typically forms in males that use their hands too much. So I might need that in the future. You know, trying to avoid that RSI surgery and freaking. Alright, I need to take this job. Alright. Got the Santa hat on. It's important to grease the wheel every so often regarding the economics. People farm this stuff, or they get this stuff, and they want to sell it, and, you know, I've been there too, so. If I got the little extra gold and I want the thing, I'll get it. I don't care if it's, you know, just a little visual representation, this little virtual thing. A lot of people get kind of, they get kind of upset about that. They get kind of cranky. You wanna dress up your character a certain way, and you spend like actual real money on that instead of like your gear or runes or, you know, any kind of silly thing you want to put on your character. They're like, why are you wasting your money on that stuff, dude? Because, you know, I've spent a lot of time in this game. Why the hell not? Meanwhile, they're probably dressing up their lady characters, make them all look nice. They don't talk about their lady character. That's a separate character. That's a special one. I'm just kidding. Some people do. I don't really care. As long as they're not like a creepo peepo about it. I might say something. I have on occasion. You know, it's funny, I say something about Vikings. The people that have that lineage, they generally have like, now they have like piano fingers and stuff. I don't know what it is. Like, they went from like these folks with like hard lined faces and all that stuff, and they went, you know, they kind of it's different now. It's interesting. Okay. I don't have, you know, I was told when I was younger I had piano fingers, and then I started using my hands, and I don't know if I have piano hands. I don't think they have the dexterity for like, maybe guitar, but I'm not that good at it. Suck at playing the guitar. I could never get the, I can't get my hand off the string to stop. There was always this resonance that happened, and it bothered me. I don't know if it was the guitar itself. I try not to blame the equipment. It was like this cheap Ibanez I traded for like a bicycle, but I just couldn't get the sound right, so I couldn't deal with it. For someone that listens to all this different music and gets kind of frustrated when like the bass kind of certain basses will bass sounds that like the low frequency tone will start like doing some weird rattle. It's like downloading YouTube music. I need to replace some of the stuff with real music. There was this one album I need to replace. I kept hearing that. It sucked. Alright. 128 kilobytes per second, but something was lost there. Like the bass frequency just like it's muddy and turns to it's not. I'm not going to use like that weird terminology that people use. I like to use very specific terminology and not like some basic you know, there's hints of notes and hints of vanilla and charred remains of the barrel that the whatever alcohol was like fermented in, or whatever you call it. Like, what do you call that when alcohol is it rested in? I don't know. But the bass is damn, what was the word for it? It goes out of how it's supposed to sound. It's only supposed to sound a certain way, and it like just kind of falls apart. It's kind of like that foam lining in a car that like over time it'll like get kind of, the sponginess will just disappear because the plasticizers leach out of the material, and so it just becomes like this weird texture. It's almost like the foam you get for flowers, like that. It's like that squishy weirdness, and it just kind of falls apart in your hand because the plasticizers leak out, and that's what keeps the elasticity in the polyurethane foam of the headliner. So it's kind of like that, but only the sound of it. So it's just like it's a degrading sound, um, and that's why I don't like it. It's all about them plasticizers. 10 to 20 years. That's it. A lot of those products that the plasticizers can leak out some way, like binding with the air or however it leaks out. it, however the plasticizer or UV damage, heat damage will also cause. So if you get into like a really hot car and it smells like plastic, over time that smells like plastic is literally flowing out of the car, and that's material that's flowing out. So this is kind of my wheelhouse. Is that physics? Particle physics? I don't know. I think particle physics is a little more involved than that. I think it's just very basic stuff. I need to go. I'm not going to go into town if I can. I got 122 of these left. I can buy more if I need to. Those are pretty inexpensive. I'm going to try and make as few trips into town as possible, to avoid alerting the media. So I'll see if my theory is correct. I think I have a pretty good theory here, and then if they show up, I'll just turtle out of there. You know, I'll just act like a turtle for a little bit, hide in the shell. Actually, I'm just gonna disappear into the bushes like a. No, this is not interesting. Not me hiding from my problems, just me dealing with the. Dude, what is up with those pants? Bruh. What? We gotta talk about those pants, dude. We gotta get you hooked up. Those. Alright. We got them over here. We got the leather pants. I don't. Bro. I know you're not about those pants. Damn. It's like me and those inside out pocket pants I was wearing for a while, where the pockets are sewn on the outside. That was a choice. That was from last night. I dumped last night's water out. Another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start throwing away the high quality antlers when I get them, so that it will no longer show in the marketplace. I've seen people list them up, and I think maybe they might be listing them up to check. All you have to do is go and get one, and you can check the history in the marketplace to see who's been selling them. So once they see I stop selling them, that's going to be another ninja advantage for me to be able to keep doing the farming mission. So if they assume that I'm like just earning all my wealth and like amassing an army based off of selling the silly things, you know, they'll have to look at like the holy pet eggs, the rune eggs. They'll have to like be able to look at all that stuff and disseminate that information differently, rather than just looking at the high quality antlers and be like, oh, this person farmed yesterday. Because someone keeps buying them. So as long as someone keeps buying them, I'm basically like, it's like waving a flag saying I'm still doing this project. But if I just throw them away because I don't actually need the gold, then it's cool. I'm only making like what, 5 million a day off those things. I can get one holy pet egg a week, and I'll still be making more than that. Well, maybe 2 or 3. So yeah, I'm gonna be chucking those. Plus, whoever's benefiting from those high quality antlers could actually be spinning up these characters. So I'm gonna stop that character flow in case that's what they're doing. I don't think that's what they're doing though. I think it's just a disadvantage for me to sell the high quality antlers, knowing that someone can use that as a gauge when I'm farming, when I'm not. Wait for the tea to brew. A couple seconds left. Bam, stopwatch. Use that in the blog. Yeah, today's 42. Oh, God, that would be awesome. Let's see Akeli the Sage on day 42. Blaze it. Wait. That's not right. Okay, let's go. There's one thing I forgot to mention in my blog, that there's a literal pill people can take, people with alcohol problems, that they have the problems to the point where they're going to drive and all that stuff. They can literally take a pill to help them with dealing with the effects, the side effects of because it's not just a psychological problem. Yeah, getting off alcohol, like alcoholism, is a physical problem, and that pill will help them get off the bottle. You know, like the sippy cup. They can get off that sippy cup. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Did I already talk to this person? I don't know. Let's see. Alright, we're good. Like I was saying, I'm referring to people that have like serious problems. They can't drive without drinking, you know. People that have cirrhosis of the liver, and they just keep going. Oops. Boom. 3%. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to up that. You know, of all the things that I want to see in the chat window, I want to see that +1 show up in the chat window. How hard was that? I have to like keep paying attention to this freaking, the simplest things. Alright. Don't need fullness. Don't need crazy breakout. Don't need scarlet love. Don't need pungent vileness. Don't need princely look, that's for sure. Damn. That one just always brings back bad memories. Wear your frog costume. Where's your tattoo? Where's your tattoo? We all wear this. This is what we do. I hate this guild. Pet, where you at? Antonio, what's good? Man, kind of short, huh? Just look at that forearm, though. Jesus. What have you been doing, dude? Playing baseball? Shoveling? Oh, he's a miner, that's right. Alright, what we got? I kind of wish I can make a macro to exit. I wonder if I could do that. And then so whenever someone shows up, I just click the macro, and it literally just shuts down the client. I just disappear, and I just hold off for like maybe 5 minutes, and then reappear. I wonder if I could do that. Let's see. There we go. It's like a... I wonder if there's a way to... I got this laptop over here. I can do some research real quick. Actually, you know what? Since I got this computer with all this RAM, and the only thing I'm running right now is the game. Oh, I'm not going to do it that way. File. Oop, file. This is if you ever wondered how people get the resources for botting, if you want to pay attention to the tactics and all that stuff used, this is the website, by the way. This is how it used to be, and then look at the last update, 2008, like 2013. Like it hasn't been used in a very long time. Actually, you know what? Let's go see like when was the last post to see if people still, if they're still interested in it. Board index. Yeah. 2020, 2019. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What we got here? Yeah, seriously. November 8th. Damn, this is written by the site administrator? Oof. Oh, look at that. You got the power line? Who is this person? Code, GitHub, Solar Strike, software. Oh, we got the GitHub account. Code load. Yeah, so it's Lua based, obviously. Damn, they implemented that much in this game that people can actually use the Lua in. So that's how they do it. Like RoM shot themselves, Runes of Magic, the people that created the game, shot themselves in the foot, like right off the bat. Yeah. So that's the latest post, is November. New ROMbot update tool. Yeah. So it's just kind of this click and you just press buttons. Don't necessarily have to like write code to bot in Runes of Magic anymore. And I don't know, I don't think you could still like jump and all that stuff. Kind of wonder who's using the botting. Is it mostly the American server or what? It's kind of funny that I found it through this meet. There's just not a lot. I think most people use it for like healing and stuff like that. For dummies. Oh boy. Yeah, how do I... Man, I did not expect to do this today. But this is the botting central for Runes of Magic. For not for people that are interested. Like, you probably shouldn't do this because people figure it out pretty quickly. And this is a good way to take all that invested interest and just kind of burn it, because people, your accounts will just get wiped. Waypoint. Oh, it's weird that it's not organized. Okay, December 20th. So like healing bot. October. Waypoint pauses. War mage lightning burn weapon. Uh-oh. Huh. That's interesting. Like, it's interesting to you write the title to get the title wrong like that. I feel like I might know that person. Not know the person, but like may know of that character. I'm gonna blow this shit apart. Kidding. Yeah, this was the this is, I don't know what percentage. 75% of the downfall of Runes of Magic was this botting. Because they were taking money from the system. So Gameforge like just started, they started getting grumpy and just started adding stuff for people to just buy crazy amounts of things. It once was a game you could do free to play. But that stopped probably in like 2014 through 2016. 2014 through 2017 was probably the shift between it's possible to it's impractical. Mr. Smith, 1986. Well, that's holy crap. Berg. Uh-oh. So I think people are kind of they're kind of depending on the fact that this is a well hidden forum. It ain't. It's not. Rombot Wiki. Oh shit. You can just get the whole thing going on. Cyrillic. Okay. So that probably right there is who's using this? There we go. Like, yeah, it's probably mostly in the like Russian speaking, and like maybe a few Americans that that can click a few extra buttons on their computer. They might be using it too. Oh no. So mean. Okay. This is not what I was looking for. I just wanted a macro to be able to shut down the client. Okay. So yeah, people can disappear pretty easily using the I don't know if this was like a continuation, like a blog post of updating the ROM bot. Close game. Yeah, there is a function. It looks like included to be able to close it. But I would have to be running that to probably to expose those kind of calls, and I don't want to do that. So that answers my question. Alright, let's leave that one alone. It's not even like the dark web or anything, it's just Solar Strike. Which I've never gone on to that side of the internet. I've never entered into it. One of the reasons why I don't want to go into security so much is because you would have to be well versed in all aspects, which includes doing research. Once you go in, you're tagged. You become tagged in some kind of way. People don't realize it. We're getting to the point where law enforcement has control over quantum computing, like super encryption, decrypting tools. We're getting close to that era. A little scary too. Hopefully we're not going to enter in the memory hole era. Quantum computing is like, I don't know, 10-15 years away from that, depending on how much money you have. I imagine there's some private projects happening right now in the government that just talking about it would like this would never enter any of the videos that I would talk about. Okay, enough about quantum computing. This is day 42. We're in Runes of Magic. It's December 26th, 2023. It is 7:40 a.m. Lucky number 42. Hopefully this is the one. On the hunt for Akeli the Sage. I'm kind of leaning back a little bit in this chair. It's supposed to be a weight limit of 250. I weigh like 220, and this is not comfortable. I don't know why I get these tiny little chairs. Okay. What we got here? We got that thing. Got that thing. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, just because I'm not on Solar Strike all the time. Boom. He's silly though. 40. Yeah, I was just so tired of them chipping away at the structure of the game. Slowly chipping away. You know, people have to spend lots of money on servers to get this shit running. Okay, it's like cloud hosting somewhere in Miami or something like that. Or do they have their own? They rent physical servers, or is it cloud hosting? Like, how many layers of like does it go? Is it all like a Docker instance in a cloud, like in a virtual machine? Oh, it's a Snapcraft, so it's a virtual machine running Snapcraft or Snap. It's a Snap Docker, and then within Docker is, you know, it's like this custom Docker compose that's just like makes Ansible look kind of, I don't know. You didn't know what he's talking about. Alright, Solar Strike. Let's get it. See who shows up. I don't think anyone's gonna show up. It's super early. We'll go over the basic details. The quick loot situation here. Little gem function I got going on. I keep my mouse cursor around my feet. So when I make the clear, I jump over and I click. And it saves a little bit of time. And by doing these individually, I do it as quickly as possible. I'm not like rushing around grabbing the characters, grabbing the what do you call them, the mob? Because that, you think it's a quick way to clear, it actually eats up a lot of time. All you're doing is like you're marking the mob for your character, but it's not actually marking the mob. So when you pull them, like someone else can come along and just randomly kill the ones you just pulled, and they're not marked until you clear them. Once you kill them, that's when they're marked for you to collect up whatever and he's lost again. He's lost it. Whatever. What is this thing called? Deer Horn Inlayed with silver rings. So that's the target. All right. Here we go. Okay, I'm not going to go too far into that because there's not too many people actually fighting for resources on this particular server. Like, not how it used to be. It used to be like, so there was this one resource where you sell for a stack sold for like 2.5 million gold, which is silly because of how long it took. But it used to be like you'd have people just positioned by one of them and just waiting for it to respawn and just staying there until you get a stack, and then you leave and you hope you get your spot back. It was stupid. I was in a dark tunnel at that time. I was mentally, for lack of a better term, deranged at the time. So were a lot of other people. It was a scary time in Runes of Magic. It wasn't. Alright. Then people were just stopping by to do their dailies and going like, what are you doing, man? Why aren't you saving these? These are dailies. Well, I don't know any better. That's what I was told. I could have been card farming like out in the middle of nowhere and been totally fine with that. Okay, go over a few more things. The keyboard that you see in front of you, the touchpad, the trackball, all that stuff. The microphone I'm touching right now, that has all paid for itself from remote working. I don't make a lot of money, but I do try and funnel most of it back into my equipment or maybe the media center computer, which is the same computer I'm using right now. It's got a Quadro P620, it's built specifically for industrial design type work, which I have a little bit of an experience. I only have like probably a little less than 1,000 hours of hands-on experience with that. A lot of it's not shown on the internet because my design acumen is not that great. At least it wasn't. So, okay, we covered the equipment. This is long story short, to limit the chances of RSI, repetitive strain injury, which requires a surgery in the future if you're not careful, and it's expensive, and it's really involved. So I try and limit that by, I can't use a computer mouse either. I'm not very accurate with the mouse. I'm much more accurate with the trackball. That's another reason why I use a trackball, because my wrists, they don't like to move like other people's wrists. I got these thick bones and these wrists that are all screwed up for some reason. So, probably from hard work. I'm not sure. I don't look like it, but I can do it. Okay. And the character, right? He's all decked out with the leather jacket, the fishmonger outfit. He's going to be out the shore later today to catch some fish. So he's wearing his fishmonger outfit. He can drain the water out really easily with the sandals. No big deal. It's like wearing boat shoes for like cultures that don't wear boat shoes because they close the toes and they cause like weird mold problems and fungus. And we got the popsicle. It's a little brevity for the video, and the hat. Well, that's also some brevity. You know, little leavening, little lightening the load here. Okay. Are those the right words? Will you let me know in the comments below? Oh shoot, there are no comments below, are there? I kind of locked it down, huh? Okay. What we got here? Oh yeah, okay. So we got some free time here. So I'm gonna break down what I'm doing based off of kind of what we know from what's available through the fandom page. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna look at is a zone boss as part of the quest series, part of the Aslan Valley quest series. It's kind of like the last thing you do before you get to Yastra. Yeah. Shout out to that one guild that helped me out. Appreciate it, but also please stop. Their death should emit enough blood smell to attract the creature, right here. Which means specifically you collect the drops, the quest drops from the creature. Boom. This is the creature in particular. Bloodthirsty Demon Vine. And the more you collect of those, the more likely you are to see Joblid spawn in place of one of those bloodthirsty demon vines. It's not the king one or whatever it's called. You might think that's where it's going to spawn. That's not what spawns it, if I remember correctly. Okay. So we got that in mind, right? And we go over here to Akeli the Sage and get some data from there. Down here it says when you kill this mob, it is 90% likely to respawn as giant antler reindeer, or 10% likely as to spawn as Akeli the Sage. That's awesome. We're going to come back to that. So what you need to do, what I'm going to do, what I've been doing, is giant antler reindeers. You clear those, and it says here is a placeholder for the much rarer elder reindeer. And elder reindeer is a placeholder for Akeli the Sage, which means they spawn in place. Giant antler reindeer, you clear that, and you have a chance of elder reindeer to spawn in place of that. And then you have a possibility of Akeli the Sage to spawn in place of elder reindeer. We have to collect a lot of that very specific. We got it right here. It actually drops this. Akeli the Sage will drop one of its own things to bring the blood smell. You know, the blood smell. So the more you collect of these things, the more likely you are to get not Akeli the Sage. This is the most ridiculous part of this. It's with Joblid, you're going to get Joblid. You're not going to get like some message. What this is, you're going to get a chance of spawning Akeli the Sage. You're not going to get Akeli the Sage. You're going to get, like, if we go backwards, right? Giant antler reindeer, or 10% likely to spawn as Akeli the Sage. If we go backwards, we might think that 10% likely based off of the message. So there's a yellow message that'll appear that basically just says, there's like a low rumbling sound. And maybe I could show them, if this is the Akeli the Sage video, this is the one I get spawned, I could show you the video I showed. It was day 27. So it took 27 days of about 2 hours a day. So roughly 54 hours to get the first 10% likelihood of seeing Akeli the Sage or Akeli the Sage. And I'm just guessing on the 10%. But I did not see Akeli the Sage, Akeli the Sage. It was 27 days, like I said before. So I had 1,100 of these Deer Horn Inlayed with silver rings. 1,100 of those split between my bank and my backpack. Backpack had 110, and the bank had another 1,000. And that's when I saw the message. Like I said, you just saw it. If this is the day 42. So that's what we're working with on this this long-term farming project, is trying to get Akeli the Sage. Anything I acquire from this mission is just a little piece to add to whatever gear I might need. I'm all set on gear. I'm all set on pet. I'm all set on anything I might need for this combination that I'm using for this this particular project. So, like I said, if I was card farming, like what I was doing before this, it would be all profit. This is all loss. This is like 130% loss or more than that. No, because I can do 1.2 million, and I think it was like 2 million a month from card farming. Sorry, I said 2 million, didn't I? 2 billion a month from card farming, pretty easily. It's just something I'm very capable of doing. I zone out, listen to podcasts, whatever. It's just like, this is just a like a side project for me, just a way to like kind of put my focus onto something for a couple hours a day. So a couple hours a day, 2 billion a month, no big deal. That's not enough. It's still not enough. 2 billion a month. Like just some of the runes that you put in your gear can be 1 billion. So it's just still not enough. But it's little pieces, and it's something to do. That's why I play the game. Like, if I was playing the game to be like top dog or whatever, I would be having a hard time right now. Okay, so we got over this. I hope it just drops a card. Just like, you know what? You win. You get this card. It's 100% card drop. It's not. You have to farm probably more than 1,000. So this is a orange card, right? So a blue card is 1,000. A purple card is about 10,000. An orange card, is it 100,000? I don't know. It's impossible. Like, that's probably one of those things that will just be handed out just randomly. Like, you get like a game master event or something like that. You know, it's just like the guardian cards were handed out. The guardian that stays by that one place in the north of that's where he breaks down. The Varanus area. God. I don't know these things. Where's it at? Silver Spring. Tajina. Like the guardian that hangs out by the Oblivion Shrine. They handed that out one year because, man, that thing's hard to farm. Or people just camp it. And so, like, they would, like, grief people trying to do it, and they'll just camp it as they're griefing. Griefing was such a thing. Alright, we got the pet out. I think we covered all that. So we the equipment, my gear on my character. Oh, I didn't really go into that. The reason why I picked, I don't do like a talisman situation because I don't like it. I do a 2-weapon thing specifically for the drop rate. So this character is gonna be my next card farmer. I started with the magician because you could stay far away and hit the stuff without it coming at you all that much. And also, when they do come at you, when you get up to the point where you can start taking the damage on your character, you build up your character faster. So a clothy is going to take more actual physical damage than other characters, and my physical defense kind of reflects that. This is only 1,200 hours on this particular account. I have 2,800 hours in total. That's since 2019, so it comes out to like 2 hours a day if you do the math. I did the math yesterday, I believe. All right. I failed algebra 3 times. School system here is something else. Okay. So I guess we're gonna get started. We got the 3-hour yipping session activated. 2 hours and 44 minutes. I'm gonna get started. Hopefully I get finished. Maybe I'll stop after 2. Hopefully I get finished before everyone shows up. I can kind of ninja my way out of here. All right, I'm gonna set up the music. We got the Chill Hop Essentials Winter 2023 edition. We got that mood music on. It's still winter time. I wish I could show the physical CD, but it's from the UK, so I just found this album recently. I'm gonna have to get that CD, the physical copy, because if I can get the physical copy rather than just getting the download, because I don't know how long Bandcamp will be open for. They've been open for a while, but you never know. But that would be the only way I can re-download the album. So I get the physical copy. I don't have to worry about bankruptcy. I don't have to worry about Amazon pulling an album because the person wanted to relicense it for a video game or something like that. Most def. So all right, let me get back to it. Okay, so if day 42 is the day, then I gotta continue with the blog part of things, the V roll, the video roll of this. What is it called? The vlog. That's the one. So I gotta. We'll see. We'll see. I think someone did stop through. I thought it would be early enough, but I might have to go earlier or later. Alright. Alright, the reason why I don't join guilds is because of the people in the game. That's it. That's the reason why I don't join the guilds. I'd love to break it down further than that, but that's it. The people in this game is the reason why I don't join the guilds. This is why I don't go into instances. This is why I don't do any of that. It's not because I'm some like farmer out in the middle of nowhere and like all like morals and ethics and stuff like that. It's just because the people, they won't just let a person do what they need to do, what they want to do. They're always trying to like control people and like manipulate them, and like, no, that's not the way to do it. I don't like that crap. You could take that stuff. Not only that, but I'm working 16 hours a day. That's a wrong way to say that. Like, nurses are out there literally doing that, and that's awesome. I wish I could put on that smile, and people would be like confident in my ability to provide those services. I wish I could be that person. I can't be that person. But I'm at the computer 16 hours a day, just waiting for something to pop up on this laptop next to me. When it shows there's work available, I do it. If it's a 10-hour jury duty study that's gonna make me cry, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna cry, and then I'm gonna get over it, and hopefully the memory of whatever I just saw won't pop up in my head every day. Because I'd imagine the law enforcement officer that was part of one of them, that might pop up in their head every single day. like when you start trying to go to sleep. That's anyway. All right, I'm gonna get back to it. We got a deer missing, so I think someone did wake up kind of early. We got someone around. I don't know if there's like the solar strike situation where they do like an orbit. They treat like each part of the zone like a solar system, and they'll like orbit out of one solar system into another solar system, and then kind of do like a weird oval shape. I don't know if it's like an automated system or someone's behind the helm. I don't know. But we got deer missing. It's pretty early. This is day 42. They started trolling after about probably day 36. So I'd been pretty calm and collected up until all of the days. I've been pretty calm and collected through all the days. It's just it's I don't want to say mosquito, because that's a really demeaning analogy. It's kind of like that one dude that'll like tap you on the shoulder and like switch to the other side of the shoulder. That guy. It's like that guy, but in like a virtual form of that, which is just super annoying. It's middle school, and it's middle school up until like day of death, I guess. It's just they need to grow up. They just do. I'll help them with it too. They'll see someone doing hard work, and maybe they'll look to that person and be like, hey, I want to be that person. I want to be that person instead of who I am. Nah, some people are locked in their own way. They'll never change. They'll never stop. They'll end up in prison. They'll end up killing someone. through like vehicular manslaughter. Like, they just don't understand. They don't get it. And that's cool. I'm not here to light the way for them. What I'm here to do is to do this task. And if I can bring the trolling to me instead of to anyone else, because those are the kind of people that would make life miserable for other people, I'm gonna do it. But also kind of need to wean them off of it. They need to get off that bottle of trolling people. You know what I mean? It's a crutch. Alright. Either that or some game manager is just having a lot of fun. I know you're here. Come out wherever you are. They'll show themselves eventually with their smurfing tune. They always do. Where are you? I will find you. Fucking creepy. Yep, someone woke up early. So when they show up, it's gonna be right as like an elder reindeer is around me, and they'll take it in front of me. That'll be the kind of the path, the pattern so far. They might not go as far as that. They might do some like silly underhanded stuff, like they're doing at the moment. It's man, I'm not just upset for me. I'm upset for like anyone that might want to see this stupid thing. Like, this is not just for me. I'm not, like I said before, I'm not earning gold for the sake of being able to like amass an army or like create a good character. Like this is the amount of gold I'm earning is like chapter 2. You know, it's not much. But if they woke up early specifically for this mission, whew, that is like I'm working on a project that's that takes a long time to farm. You know, it takes a while, but for them to like wake up specifically to kind of like circumvent this, that is that's obsessive compulsive disorder. Near it's obsessive, it's not compulsive. Definitely obsessive though. Oh shoot. Yeah, warming up, I don't necessarily pick everything out of the bag on the warm up. Like, my hands are still warming up a little bit, so I can't like move around as quickly. Oh, I gotta clean this trackball too. That's what happens when I drink too much coffee over time. The coffee makes my hands sweat, and that kind of like sloughs off the skin cells. I know it's a terrible thing to talk about, and it ends up in the trackball. But more importantly, the grease from my hands start like flowing, and like the trackball just gets all greased up, and it doesn't work the way it should. If people think I'm still using a trackball, like I started using a mouse when I was a kid. I used ball mouse as a kid, and I realized that those are like not very good because they keep like collecting dirt and stuff. It's probably the reason why people don't use trackballs. Well, that and they're not cool. You know, people associate trackballs with like the lab, and Mission Impossible is a good example. They used a clearly superior technology trackball, I believe, in the footage of that video. It's the part where like Tom Cruise he's like coming down from the whatever, and he's like doing the espionage or like stealing something. I forget what the mission was, but there's a trackball in that scene that has like 3 buttons, and it's like this giant trackball. So that's what people associate like trackball with like lab equipment or something like that. You know, it's not like a cool thing to use. Use that like sleek mouse, like, oh, that's sexy, right? It's the mouse is sexy time. Oh snap, I'm gonna trap it. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. Well, at least the trolling gets me, like now that I have some control over it, like where they're gonna troll me, when they're gonna troll me, at least I can kind of take that and get over some of that middle school crap. Because I've had the same kind of grill in my face since middle school, and it's kind of affected me in a deep kind of way. Oh, we got another stack? Damn, I'm paying attention. Yeah, see, this is the first like 30 minutes sometimes. I woke up at 3:30 a.m. and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I was just like, you know what, I'll just go ahead and do this. High quality antlers, okay, cool. I don't know why I got 92 there. Oh, okay, I know why I do. Alright, we got 2 stacks, mark 2 stacks. I'm gonna keep on going. Yeah, you see like a whole grouping of them, like this whole section will be missing when they come through and do like the ninja stuff. I don't know if someone can if like a game master can just make them disappear. Like if a game master has a problem with me doing this, they should speak to me directly. If someone says, hey, we don't want you to do this, they should talk to me like a person. That's one of the reasons why, I made a video that said kind of this sort of thing, and one of the game managers actually did come forward. Like, yeah, there was some moderation that could have been done differently, because you can drag a tune around, a moderating tune, invisible. Like you just like. Which makes sense, like anyone can figure that one out, but for someone to actually say that, like that's part of the tooling, is that was pretty cool. I appreciated that. 'Cause they can actually kind of try and make someone crazy, because they can make their own character, right? So if they're upset with someone in the game, they can use that account without too much moderation on their own, no one's really moderating the moderators unless someone like complains about it. And how do you complain about that? That would be complicated. And so who's to say it's not someone that's actually like a moderator, which sucks. This is supposed to be an awesome game. Of course the money mechanics is not awesome. This is as far as like how they earn their money, is a kind of a sleazy game. Point blank. As far as like the sleazy games go, this is it. One of the reasons why I won't recommend it, because the people that want to do the tactics, they're also kind of sleazy, and it's coming from a dude that's been stuck for the last 10 years. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I was half expecting that elder reindeer to disappear on me. It didn't. We're good. What about that one? Is someone gonna take that one too? This is day 42, December 26th, 2023. It is 8:20 a.m. I haven't dealt with cannabis in probably 10 days now. So I'm less likely to believe in just random stuff. Actually, no. CBG doesn't affect my nervous system like that, so I don't have as much of a bad time with neurosis as I did with CBD. CBD just, yeah, that was a bad time. It made me twitch. My eyes would twitch, my inner ears would twitch. Okay, we got a missing deer right there. Yeah. That was a minute ago. Like I said, this is going to be in the video log of day 42. Should I find Akeli the Sage? So every day I make a video, I'm doing the same the same thing. I've been doing this since day 36. It's now day 42, so that's about the last 6 days. Is that math? Yeah, I think that's math. Actually, I think it was before day 36. I think it might have been day 28. So I've been doing this not every day, but you know, for 14 days of filming, I've been doing the same spiel. Can't say spiel. I've been doing the same, you know, thing. I mean, you could say spiel as much as you want. I don't care. I can't say it. By that I mean I talked about the equipment, I talked about the character outfit, I talked a little bit about the character gear. I really want to get those wings, get some physical attack wings. I sold mine for, I think it was 200 million gold. Then I just gave away the gold because I didn't really want. I was planning not to come back in the game, and then someone caught me like at Goblin Mines, taking this character specifically through Goblin Mines, and said specifically to me, Gim, it was real. And so you can imagine someone that's been stuck in the same spot for 10 years, someone that like hasn't had a one-on-one conversation with the actual honest to goodness peer since 2012, it is 2023, would take that and roll with it, right? That is a terrible thing to do to someone. Either that was like honest to goodness, which I haven't seen any evidence to support that, or that was a trolling method. That was a way to pull me away from my main character, which is Up Bear. So I took that and I kind of made it backfire on them by creating a card farming character. I found a way to fund my main character using the character they trolled me with. So the more they troll me, the more I grow. I said I'm from the Badlands. They don't really understand that. Anyway, I don't know who's actually doing it. If they're testing to see if this person's a bot. If the game manager is just like trying to like slowly prevent me from doing this project, like maybe because they want someone else to do it, or maybe because I've been spending too much time here and people have been complaining, and they interact with people like the radio does, or I have to actually I have to re-say that, or because it's probably bleeped out if I use this footage, or they interact with people because the YouTube algorithm will just they won't accept that. I tried to use the word of that country in a GitHub pages. I was trying to use like a way to build the page using Markdown, and the helper bot that builds the page for me just would not build the page. It just refused to build that page because that word existed within my website. They don't scan the images apparently for that word, because I was able to get away with putting an album art. It's a band. It's an American band, but it's still like the censor was like, not building that. So I don't know if they're trying to like circumvent. Like if they could just speak to a person, then that would make this a lot easier. But I'm having a feeling that this is not a professional individual, that this is kind of like an amateur type person. They're not very well organized. They're kind of haphazard about it, which kind of makes this a little frustrating. But also, you know, they know I'm making a video. If there any like they spend any amount of time on Discord, they know I'm making a video. I've showed proof. Like, I have days of videos shown in folders. Like, it would take a lunatic to not believe that I'm making a video. Like, someone just completely unable to see the truth in front of their eyes, to not believe that. So I seriously don't believe that this person is like unbelieving this. Like, and I know I've tried to make videos in the past and I kind of failed because of I took too far of a take a deep breath here, because that one kind of gets me a little bit, not being able to push that video out. It was kind of like a how-to of runes and magic video. No one tried to circumvent that one. Like, that one was fine because I was just doing a lot of daily resets and like looting daily certain zone creatures, and what was it, like 97 or 90, level 95. So I was doing daily resets to build my character, and I was using that as a way to jump on the microphone and talk about it and goof off and whatever. And the compilation, the video I think is still on the server somewhere. It's still there, but it turned out like there was some parts of the video that I wanted to blur. I wanted to blur out character names, but still be able to like interact with people like in a normal way, and not like how I'm doing now. I'm just blocking out all the interactions. But I wanted to show like how you can buy gold and that kind of stuff, like a more honest version of how to have a good time in Runes of Magic, how to figure it out, so like more people can join the game. You know, if people want to. I bet you there's a lot of people that are just like, fail. It's like that one episode of The Office in which Andy puts together a compilation video of their like softball game, and he's just like, he's just a terrible person about it. That's how I feel like they were treating that one. Like, no, he's the awful person. He's the awful person. I look like an awful person. That's about it. Alright, so let's get back to it then. Yeah, now I'm warmed up. We're 45 minutes in roughly. I'm warmed up, and I'm pressing the wrong button. What am I doing? My goodness. It'd be super easy to just close this using a, I could do like a hotkey that the operating system will find, and it'll just be like pkill client.exe, and then boom, it's done. Okay. I'm warmed up enough to be able to loot and pull stuff out of my bag at the same time, so we're good there. I seriously doubt like this is a game moderator or a game manager, a game master, however you want to call it. Specifically because generally speaking they talk to people, I think. I don't know exactly, but it seems like they talk to people directly. And these people are a little afraid to do that with me. Either that, or they think the fewer times the more they interact, and the fewer times they talk to me, the more likely I am to want to like join in with them, because they're like withholding love, kind of thing, which is pretty common in this kind of scenario. Is they like it happens in skateboarding too. I wouldn't call it withholding love in skateboarding, but like, so if you want to join a group in skateboarding, it depends on how high up it is. If they're making like 50 to 100 to like millions of dollars a year, and you want to join their group, someone's gonna beat you up. That's how it used to be. Like, someone's going to start a fight with you, and whether you stay in that group is how you interact with that in that situation. And so, like, there's a little bit of that here, a little bit of that, like, chaotic, neutral kind of situation. And in skateboarding, it was mostly because of people are beholden to this gear, right? Everyone in the group protects the camera, because it was very common for people to get ganged up on, and they'll steal the camera. So that is part of the reason why they did that in those groups. So everyone's on the same page. You've been in a fight, you've been through it. They're not going to like pull a weapon or anything like that. So you know you're within a controlled environment of that fight, but you get that feeling that you're no longer afraid of being in the next fight. So if you're in the next fight, that could be for the group. So there's kind of like a virtual form of that here in this game. So I don't know if that's part of it. You know, that's why I'm like, this is silly, dude. Because I come from that environment where that's just happening with, like, kids being kids. That wasn't like skating. Like, kids being kids for, like, no money whatsoever. And it's also one of the reasons why I present myself the way I do. Because, you know, I've never been in a fight before. I never want to. It scares me to think of myself in a fight. I want to hold that. And if I have to use it, I want all of it to come out all at once so I can be as effective as possible. Because that's what I was taught to do. There's this scene in I think it's the 40-Year-Old Virgin, where this father figure is talking with a side character. I believe, what is his name? Seth Rogen? Is his name Seth? Dang. Anyway, so there's this side character or maybe the main character. I don't know. But the father figure goes out to fart. And he gives this, like, guidance that says you need to hold in the anger like an anger baby. And that's kind of like, I thought that was kind of funny. That's the gist of it, anyway. I think one of the reasons why people are so upset with me, because I always had a reference to some show. Like, when I was talking in chat in Runes of Magic, I was always like, there's like a Futurama reference or some, like, random movie reference, and maybe they didn't get it, and that, like, you know, it's like an inside joke to them. But for me, I just thought, like, surely everyone remembered this scene, like, but, you know, that's not always the case. And it's also a little bit of the ADHD symptoms would kind of come out full force, and I was just like, especially when I was drinking, like, I had a couple of drinks in me. I couldn't think to stop myself for a second. Yeah, I stopped drinking during the pandemic, actually. I rarely drink now. I drink, like, maybe if it's a crazy, you know, I don't even know, like, once a year now, twice a year. I probably had a total of like 4 drinks in 2023. Just you know. resources were tight, and I decided that was it for me. Long story short. Alright. Yeah, I need to cut back on the tea for a bit. Hands are already sweating. Plus it is like, what, 79 degrees? Yeah, I bet, like, if this video does make it out and they're like, whoa, yeah, December 26th, 2023, 8:36 a.m. and it's 79 degrees in this room. What was it? What's the humidity? If this thing is any good, the hydrometer says 75%. It's all digital. That's sensor based, right? That's not there's no physical aspect to like a mercury switch or anything like that. So the sensors, those little sensors can be off by like what, 5 degrees? But I would wager it's probably like 1 to 2 degrees. We're getting pretty good with sensors. This thing's like a complementary temperature gauge for a dehumidifier. So, Grandma's boys on the way. Okay, do I need that many emails? Alright, no. Good. Yeah, the phone is my email device as I'm doing this. Oh, and the music device, which I'm not listening to. I should be zoning out. But you know, the deer started going missing, so I'm like, ah, damn. I gotta talk about it. I can't just let it go. I gotta address the issue here. I like to handle things head on if I have to. I don't like answering the door if someone's knocking, but if I hear that pounding knock of a police officer, you gotta open the door. You gotta open it. You know, check out the window. Hopefully, you know, you're looking at the corner of the window, not like have your full face in the window, because you know that's the old me coming through a little bit. You know, like you don't poke your head out the door window. If someone wanted an easy way in the house, that's an easy way in the house. Alright. I'm kidding, of course. And there's also like that, when they knock on the door and they like leave some poop in a bag. Like where I'm from, they might use that as a way to get in the house. Some for real stuff. You know, it's funny, people didn't realize it, but most of what happened at night, or like super early in the morning. You never saw it. You just saw this like quiet neighborhood, but when the lights go out, you stay in the house. You know, my father made it abundantly clear. When the sun goes down, you're in the house. We could play. Where I lived was like a compartmental kind of thing. It was like a trailer park that was each trailer was kind of situated a little differently based on how they can pour the cement, I guess, for the foundations. And so it was kind of like sporadic. You couldn't necessarily like look through rows, like in how retail stores are set up. So you couldn't necessarily see us from the outside. But it was kind of like, it wasn't gated. Like anyone can just come through that place. So it was open. We were playing, but you know, for the most part, it was pretty well protected during the day. And plus, it is mobile home situation, so like all the houses were really close together, and so if any parent needed to run out real quick, they could. And so it was a kind of a comfortable place, but there was still people coming through the neighborhood that, you know, you wanted to be careful around. it wasn't necessarily the neighborhood I stayed in, although it was nearly impossible to focus from within my bedroom because I was just this quick like alleyway away from a local bar, and they were operating every day, other than Sunday, so Sunday was kind of quiet. But you know, until 2 a.m. It was pretty noisy. They played loud music, and all that stuff. So it wasn't a cozy environment necessarily for like studying and stuff like that. It wasn't. And when I say I'm from the Badlands, I mostly mean like, yeah, okay. So there were people knocking on the door looking for professional loved ones. Let's just put it that way, because the trailer I stayed in was a place for ladies to make money in a very old fashion. That's probably I've seen that happen before directly in person. One of my roommates was she had a lot of visitors, and they would close the door. And that was an exchange. So yeah, this was it was kind of like a throwback to the environment I was in. So like it was more of like echoes of the environment came to where I lived. But the actual, like, the Badlands part of it was when you left the trailer park, and it was just like right in that little strip mall kind of area where like people from Sugarfoot, the local the place where if you walk foot into, you will get hoodwinked. Like, they won't deliver there, cause you will get knocked out. You'll have the trunk open, and the next second you'll be waking up next to your car. So people that could get out of that environment through mobile means would go over to the gas station nearby. So that was the environment I grew up in, from 7th grade to 8th grade. Okay, that's not true. From 7th grade to, I think, 10th grade. I think 10th grade is when I got out. So I got a way to get out, and I started living with someone else to get out of that environment. Because they did knock over, I guess that's the silly way of saying it. They did rob the convenience store. I think so the guy I worked with actually was the manager at that store. He was the manager of that little convenience store, or the gas station. They were robbed, what he said, 4 times. It was always when he had the money out and he was counting it, and they busted the door open and robbed him. Gun in the face and all that stuff. So, there was someone that had, there were middle school students that had an altercation between a boy, and one brought a knife on the school bus, and she had it hidden, and they started the argument, and she wanted to finish it with that knife. She reared it back as far as she could, and she took all of her force to bring it down. And luckily someone stopped it. Someone reached their hand out and stopped her arm before she made contact. But that was that's middle school for me. I came from an environment before that was people had light, very, very short fuses. And I've said this on numerous videos, but I watched one third grader over another third grader. He was lying down on his back, and the guy that was over him grabbed his hair and smashed his head into the concrete, to the point where he was unable to vocalize the way he could before for like several weeks. I remember people were like making fun of him because of it, because he was out of it for several weeks after that. So it's one of the reasons why I'm uncaring about if my appearance looks a little doughy, because I lived in those environments and I knew I could handle myself then. So, there you go. I'm out here just trying to get this silly reindeer to appear, you know what I mean? Because really no one else has done it, I don't think. So all the people that are circumventing this is just, you know, where I'm from, they'd be like, "What are you smoking, dude?" That means not marijuana. Everyone smoked it. Everyone smoked it because that's the way to get by, right? You drink, you smoke cigarettes when you can't do either one of those. But what they would be referring to is some pretty not expensive, but it's addictive enough to it becomes expensive. And it's certainly not a designer drug. Alright. Got the whole life story on the feed here. We got a missing deer? I don't know. Oh, what has stopped the video? Maybe they're trying to stop the video. I don't know. I can't imagine it being too much of a team building exercise. Like they'll go out and like try and recruit people that way, because people they don't want to talk or get along with me. So I think it would be more of like, if they wanted, if this is the route of where this is going, like a team building exercise, what they do is they front it as a team building exercise. They front it like, yeah, I'll heal you, you know, you can learn to heal or whatever, like you could be part of this group, but we're not going to talk to you until you want to join up. And then when you try and join up, they'd be like, no, we're set, man. And at that point it'd be like, oh shoot, I need to quit, right? So it could be just that simple, just like trying to get into my head to the point where I just quit and just like rage quit or whatever. But what they're not betting on and what they don't understand is that I have experienced long-term isolation in a way that is selfless. I hate saying that I'm selfless, but in a way to protect other people. And when you're dealing with a person that is protecting other people by not communicating with them, that's a whole different beast. Like, you are not able to get that person to quit from isolation tactics. God, I don't know. It's an interesting mystery though. Like what is this? I'm seeing it. I'm trying to be objective about it as possible, because that's the best way to like isolate isolate the goals in mind. It could be just like a vendetta, like a personal thing, like one individual with multiple characters, or it could be like a guild, or it could be a game manager. One thing I do know is they don't want to burn their accounts. That one thing I do know is they know that they are in the wrong of what they're doing, because they don't make it like just plainly visible. They don't like talk to me like people used to like speak and whisper, where they're just, you know, being ruthless about it. They're not doing any of those kind of methods. So for that, I can be sure it's not like someone that is not afraid of getting their counts burned. So that's one of the reasons why I blasted them on Discord, is because I could see that pattern. Like that pattern was clear enough to me to like exploit. But the other patterns, I'm still having trouble trying to assess. And it's one of the reasons why I'm like, I'm doing my best to try and disseminate the pattern, because maybe I can get a good handle on it and deal with it in the way I deal with things. So whoever's driving the seltzer water character, you know, you're welcome. I don't know what came out of that. Like I don't know if blasting anyone on Discord really does much good, especially when they're when they had like they had like fewer people during the holiday season to do the moderation and stuff like that. I think actually they were taking fewer tickets specifically, and that's probably why like people were so gung-ho, or can I say gung-ho? I don't know what that means, so I probably shouldn't say it. That's why they were so, that's something, I think that's Vietnamese. That might be something my father picked up. He used to say it all the time. Or maybe it was just like a spaghetti western thing. It's hard to tell with him sometimes. Or it was hard to tell with him. Uh-oh. We got another stack of unknown gifts. I think that's, I don't know, number 3? Number 2 or 3? I don't know. Here we go. Alright. But yeah, that was the only pattern I can see so far. And I would love to just talk about random stuff and not talk about people trying to like circumvent, what's the word for it? People trying to derail this video, or derail this project, or derail my progress, or try and make me rage quit, or whatever the case may be. I'm trying to figure it out. I got that one little bit of the puzzle is that they won't talk to me head on because they're afraid of exploding, and then, you know, that being something that I could use against them. I've never sent a ticket in this game. I've never reported someone directly. Like, I'll just blast it out in the open and be like, hey, this person's up to no good. And then people in the game will be like, alright, you know, they can just catalog that away, or like write their name down or something. And so they'll have to like spin up another character. That's botting thing. I used to do that a lot more. Like, I just want like the zone to be clear of that, so I can get this done. They're getting in my way, so I'm gonna have to like do something about it. Right. Okay. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. All the thoughts that I've been holding in my head for all these years start to flow out, and people get scared. They get afraid of that. Especially if you want to talk in a level of like gangster mentality, where they want to silence silence dissenting voices. I'm one of those voices. I can't help it. So that very well could be it. I can't there's one avenue I've never mentioned before. It's like maybe someone has feelings for me. I can't accept that as a route. I'm not that delusional about myself for someone to have those kind of feelings for me. So I write that out. That's not part of it. That's not even close, because especially if it's someone that I care about personally, they wouldn't go through this sort of thing to make me feel this bad, you know? They wouldn't go through that effort to make me feel less about myself. I don't believe that's not love. That's something different. You know, some people are okay with that, but the way I see love, that's not love. So for some people, that might be love. I probably shouldn't write that off, but yeah, I can't. And if it's something like the other way around, like someone is in love with someone, and like they think I'm after them. I'm not after anyone. I'm after this project, and the project's not even gonna have a comment section because that's gonna be closed off. So someone can't even like use that to like say, hey, I like your video, and then like say like PMs, hey, let's go, I don't know, get lunch or something. I'll take a plane and we'll go get lunch. You know, I don't have that in my mind. What I have in my mind is clearing these reindeer and collecting this single resource over time to eventually get the one thing that I'm trying to do to show up. That's all I'm trying to do in this video. And if people think I'm trying to do anything else, they are delusional, and they need to get help. With that in mind, I need to go to the laboratory. Isn't that what it used to be called? I'm gonna go park my character right here. So if anyone comes to this zone and want to troll me, they see me relaxing and having a good time. Be right back. All right. I don't even check. Generally speaking, when I get done with these farming missions, the first thing I do is reload supplies. So I'll go get huntsman traps. I'll get the arrows. So actually, I might be using the wrong arrows. I've just been automatically buying the same ones. Yeah, cross spike. I could probably get better arrows somewhere else. So that's another part of DPS. 26.6 physical damage, 80. Yeah, like I can get better arrows. But I don't think those are. I don't think those statistics depend on the level of the bow or crossbow. So as long as your level matches the arrows, you should be good. I think. Okay. So I need to do those. Oh, we got another email. Uh-oh. Damn. That's never a good sign. Mystery Science Theater merchandise, if you're thinking about selling it, now is the time. Now is the time to sell it, because the value of those items are going to go down. I hate to say it. Maybe they'll fluctuate. Maybe they'll bounce back up. I hope they do. I really hope they bounce back up. As much as I hate seeing people sell a tiki mug, like a ceramic mug, for $160, the fact that people want to buy it for $160, that's a good sign for the show. At the point where they stop wanting to buy it for that much, yeah. That would mean the demand for that item has decreased because the demand for the show has decreased. So, oh no! All right, we still got the deer. Looks like we're good to go to farm for, I don't know. This has been an hour and a half so far. Yeah, just another hour and a half, and I'll go do my my dailies and I'll log out. I don't want to be on the server when everyone else is on the server. I would say if someone wants to like talk to me, they can do so, but honestly, I don't think the people that I want to talk to play this game anymore. They're off doing, you know, they're working more often than not at this point. I wish I was doing the same thing, you know, if I could get 2 jobs, 3 jobs. I think my father had like 2 jobs when he was in high school. And I kind of take after his work ethic a little bit. He worked in the military in the Navy for about 20 years. 6 months on, like a month off, something like that. He would go on these, they call them, I think, tours for 6 months. A cruise. He'd always have these like cool words to make it sound like it's not a big deal, but it was, you never know. They're oftentimes like close to international waters and stuff like that, so, you know, luckily Mom doesn't have to deal with that anymore. There's a missing deer right here, unless that ventured off. One deer on occasion missing could just be like me miscounting, but if it's like, yeah, there's one right there. But yeah, I did say "oh dear" a lot. I said when people like voice their frustrations, every so often I would say "oh dear." And so maybe that's someone coming back and just getting me back for that. I just they're spending a lot of time doing it though. You know, me saying "oh dear" every so often was not that big of a deal. That's some pretty low level trolling. Alright, I have to jump off the path every so often because people are I've seen deer missing every so often during this hour and a half, so I need to be very certain that I get any elder reindeer that's in view regardless of what magic cavi might appear. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing this farming project, and eventually it'll get done. They'll slow it down a little bit, but not too much. Thankfully, I have 41 days of farming on my side, so and yeah, I only got 2 elder reindeers in those 41 days of farming. Actually, close to 42 now. So. And I think showcasing the amount of work I'm doing for this project on Discord may have lent some credence to the fact that I was saying someone's griefing me on like on Christmas Eve. I think they would have saw that and be like, that's. I think that character may not have experienced a ban, but I think that character is going to have a hard time getting being part of a guild in the future, unless they were part of like Serenity or something like that. In which case they'll probably have, they don't have that much of an issue. Hollowfell, I don't know. I still can't place Hollowfell. There's a few guilds that were like trying to recruit a whole bunch of people. And Hollowfell is one of them. Serenity wasn't, but I think Serenity did some other kind of recruitments. I'm not sure. Their guild leaders seemed okay, but I'm not sure. Damn, cut. Throwing shade on Serenity? Yeah. Yeah, well, I remember the flying tackle hug days, okay? And when they switched over to a nippy, like, I was there, man. I was there. I got a t-shirt. It says flying tackle hugs, and it's got like this these Care Bear heads like mounted on platters on a wall. Like that's what you get for caring, showing empathy. Whoops, my bad. I got the empathy bug or something, I don't know. It's a disease. It'll kill you. No. Everyone has a family. Or I guess the phrase is everyone has family. It's true. It's a line from a movie, but it's true. Yep, we're just gonna go ahead and file that into the that's the Deep 6 filing cabinet is where those cards are gonna go. That's another term I learned from family, not from the outside world. Alright. Whoops. 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 Okay. We got the whoops bug, the whoops function. Got a function that kept doing the whoops bug, and we got that cleared out. The Gem bot seems to be operating as it should be. There we go. Yep, looks good. I am a cyborg. Woohoo! With all the microchips, you know. Was there? Oh, I forgot to turn that on. I got the frame rate and all that stuff up here in the left-hand corner. There's nothing there in that little window, so and I'm always on channel 5, so doesn't matter. The channels don't matter in this server. They do matter for Varanus Central and I don't know if it really matters anywhere else. But those channels are just for show. Supposedly, like, each zone will have like 5 channels, and so if you want to get away from like people trolling and stuff, you just switch over to a different channel. Or if like your friends are on a specific channel and you want to like chill in like a low population channel, like, you could do that if you're on like a heavier a more populated server. But in this game, on this server, which is that I have something, I probably have it listed in the video title if I'm going to use this video at all. But for that, yeah, it doesn't work like that. Like, I'm on channel 5, but this is all the same channel anyway. Like, it's all probably channel 1 because it's just such a low population in this server. But I believe they have that option in other servers to be able to switch to different channels, no matter where you are. It only seems to matter in some of the more populated zones, like Verona Central, which would be like Crash Central. So if you're in channel 1, you'll see the NPC of Verona Central, but if you're not in channel 1, you won't see the NPC. And the NPC I'm referring to is like you give the NPC like runes, like a stack of tier 3 runes, and you get in exchange like something else, like an event NPC, I believe they're referred to. Oh. This virtualized world has many facets, like a sandwich of glass being turned into a countertop or something like that. You could point to your countertop and say, that is a glass sandwich, and it's true, but you don't want to eat it because that's dangerous. We don't eat glass. We're not the rock people, right? Only the rock people can eat glass. Never heard of the rock people? Oh, they're in the center of the planet. Yeah, see, there is a livable environment within the molten rock, and all the like the spinny things and all the like the oil and all that stuff that's in the center of the earth. Yeah, there's people down there. The pressure is so great that it can turn like hydrogen into a solid. Okay, no, that's Jupiter, right? So Jupiter, the pressure is so great, its core is speculated as solid hydrogen. They can't measure it because they can't get down there, but they can only speculate based off of like how it moves, like the wobble and the tilt and all that stuff. So they try and like use the physics to try and figure that out. Super cool. But no. What I was trying to say is there's people on the planet, right? There's people inside they can resist the for one thing, the ocean floor, like the deepest depth of the ocean floor, is not that great of a pressure. So if you go in the what is it called, like the Mariana Trench or Challenger Deep or any of those trenches, you can't, right? You have to send a submersible down there. You have to send a sub that is full of liquid. It is just every part, every component is filled with like mineral oil to be able to circumvent the amount of pressure placed on it. So yeah, no. You go to the center of the earth, and that's where you see these creatures. What are they called? Yeah, the rock eaters. They might be able to actually mean that. Like, if there was one creature that can survive the center of the earth, it would be like a creature just made of rock. It would just be like a solid rock creature. And it couldn't be like limestone. It would have to be like something much more substantial, like a granite or a slate. Maybe not slate. That's probably too many air pockets in slate. Something that's hard to crush, like a diamond creature. Or yeah, a diamond creature, because that's how diamonds are made, right? Because they start kind of in the center of the earth and they get pushed out through lava flows and all kinds of cool stuff. Tectonic plates like come together and they like smush this carbon into like a diamond. Yeah. Maybe that's what lives down there, is a diamond creature. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a math magician. I just live on this planet. I happen to know a little bit how it works. Do I need to activate any buffs? Okay, we got one. We got one I need to activate. Boom. Get these 2 buffs. Yeah. I wasn't even aware of Intling offering. This thing's awesome. Turns shot into a double shot. So good. That's the only reason why I can farm so quickly. If I was using wind arrow for everything, that would suck. Yeah, I would have to spend a lot more gold on this character to make it work. Oop. My nuts to your fist style. How do you like me now? Oh, I watched Kung Pao, the movie, recently. It's just, it's like one of those movies where they look at Australia and all the movies they like to watch, and they're like, how do we make a movie for Australia, for the men of Australia? How do we do that? Because if you look on eBay, there's just like all these Aussie copies of it, and it's just, the humor is so different over there. It must be, they're kind of like a central hub for Asian products and stuff like that. So they're like, they're probably like one of the main translators, like before translation became like a digital form, but they were like the like middleman for a lot of that manufacturing and stuff, and they manufacture themselves too. Like they have a lot of resources. They're probably like selling in between the different, the different countries. But oh man, it must be different over there. I guess if you see someone getting eaten by a crocodile, it's just like, to be able to surf in Australia, you have to deal with great whites. Like that's just surfing 101 in Australia is like how to survive a great white attack, and that's a leisure activity for that country. That's not like so you have to imagine the people that can kind of deal with that sort of thing. They might be a little rough around the edges. I'm not saying it's an excuse for like poor behavior or whatever, but yeah, it's a little rough over there. And it's funny, is like the outer edge of Australia is like that, crocodiles, great whites, probably a lot of killer whale activity, because there's a lot of like wherever great whites want to feed, so will killer whales, and that's a different beast. That's oof. That's a very intelligent creature. They will go in pods, and if a killer whale is like, I think it's because of resource management, right? Like a killer whale is eating too much in the area, the pod will attack that killer whale, extract its liver, and just go away. They'll make something out of that energy spent for the kill. It's probably the pod leader that will take that liver, but they'll flip it over so it kind of like it kind of goes to sleep, because that's I think that's how their brains kind of work, kind of like an alligator. But they'll flip it over. One of them will just knock it, or just knock it unconscious. They're just vicious creatures. But I think they're doing the same thing on the yachts, because of overfishing in certain areas. So that's why I'm kind of getting an idea that it's not because they don't like sharks. It's because the shark is like taking too much of their food. So they're eliminating the competition. So they're kind of doing the same thing with big fishing vessels, for whatever reason. I pressed the button. That's it. Someone just like, someone just aggressively showed up next to me. That's super cool of them. Not a damn word to say either. And you know what? It's probably someone else piloting the tune. Like the tune's name is like Amymage or whatever. And it's probably like a friend that they share an account with, or like like maybe even like a lover that they share an account with, a husband, who knows. Like, you can never tell. Maybe it's just some dude that created a character named Amymage. Bottom line, I don't trust that character. I don't trust that name either. And that's why I just pressed that button, that quick little button to press, because whatever. And yeah, I will leave that part into the main video, into the vlog version of this video if I have to. If I have to do the editing for this video because Akeli the Sage appears, I will 100% leave that in. Because that's how I feel now, and that's how I'll feel years from now. And that asshole might have been like the carrot on the stick, like they think I'm a rabbit. So they come by, and then someone else, it's like, oh, he gets kind of like excited, like, oh no, someone might talk to me. And then someone else comes by and steals the deer next to me. Like, quite literally, that's what just happened. So, you know, you keep really good company. Really good company. Well done. And it's and that person's probably like, well, at least I keep company. And I'm like, I would rather live on my own than have to deal with that bullshit all the fucking time. It's just, man, I'm not talking about nagging. I'm talking about just some of the most annoying people I have ever met on the face of this planet. And you know what? Like, cancer does not cause this sort of activity. Cancer limits... you wouldn't even be able to, like, move the character around that much. It limits it kind of disconnects between how you can interact with the world. So it doesn't necessarily... yeah, people will get upset or whatever. But typically speaking, they maintain their personality. For as long as possible. Some people don't maintain their personality. Some people become different people, and that sucks. And one of the reasons why someone starts to use those kind of words against people, I disassociate myself and any person that they associate with. Just completely full stop. I don't want to deal with those people because they use the words, they have no idea what the meaning of those words actually mean. They're just using these random words that they found on the internet or whatever. That's what it seems like. They're like, at that point, I don't want to say they're permanently like middle school, because I would even expect people from middle school to not use those kind of words. They would know better than to use those. Middle school is when you kind of learn that these kind of things are not things that everyday people should use. Like, if you want to exist in the world and like interact with people like people have done for the last 2.5 million years, or 300,000 years if you want to get technical, we have grown as a civilization because we are a collaborative species. We collaborate with one another. We share ideas. We share feelings. This is who we are as Homo sapiens. And to go against that is becoming something different. There might be a branch off in the future, millions of years from now, but that's a callback to a different species. And we really should be aware of these things. And I hope whoever's listening to this years from now will be able to take that information and maybe do something with it, because it's a terrible thing. Like, maybe it's their environment and they just kind of went with it. They didn't they didn't push back against it. They just kind of let it overtake them, which I'm not trying to use that as like a word, a way of saying that something bad happened to someone. That's beyond me to talk about. What I'm saying is that using cancer is a way of trolling is it's sad. It's one of the saddest things to do, because the people that go through living through cancer, the people that die from cancer, it's a slow death. It's a horrible death. It's something, if you watch it happen, you don't want your worst enemy to go through it, unless you're just a terrible person. So, yeah. And the person that just went by me like that, that is one of those people. Full stop. Like, they should reevaluate a lot of things. If they hear this, I'm glad. Like, maybe they can say, hey, I need to like grow up, because that's not how the world works. Once you get a certain age, that's like like 8 or 9-year-olds on Minecraft kind of stuff, which is terrible, but they'll grow out of it. I hate talking about this stuff because it's so simple. People should just realize that this is terrible, but they don't. And you have to talk to them, and they won't listen, because you're not their father, you're not their mother. Who are you? I shouldn't listen to you. I'm not going to let you have power over me. It's not about power. It's about the words you're using. These are just... It's the reason why someone from Singapore can make so much money selling t-shirts about this weird... I'm just guessing they're from like Singapore or someplace. They're probably not American, which is, and it's like the most okay, I'm not gonna talk too much about that. That part's gonna be out of the video, obviously, because that would just be censored to hell and back. But yeah. I'm no longer listening to those kind of people anymore. Just I recognize how to spot, how to by interacting. I know who to stay away from now, and I think that's super important. Because maybe someone down the line, they might not have to go through those life lessons like I've had to. And I will 100% stick around, no matter what. And they'll have something to say about that, like, well, good for you, like, some, like, snide comment about it. And it's like, dude, get over yourself. Hollywood is like this this fantasy dream, right? And like, if you view the world as like everything's about you, that world's not gonna like it. Because that's not how we became who we are as a species. Which is, I guess it's a mute argument, right? At that point, when I say that, it's like a lot of religious people would be like, yeah, they just tune out. Bam. So it's difficult to kind of say these sort of things, right? It's difficult to have this like diplomatic view of things, which is, it's one of the reasons why I call myself an agnostic, because I don't know. But all I can base it off of is what we found so far. And so that's why I hold these kind of values. And right there, that was the lizard way of saying that. I could say the mammal way of saying it too if you want. Just trying to get this video done. People won't leave me alone. They need to go somewhere else. Go spend their time on something more important than heading on over here and messing with me. I mean, they work on their like botting algorithm or something like that. I don't know. Do what they need to do. Just don't bot here. Bot anywhere else. You can bot anywhere else. I won't say shit. Just put that bot over here. I'm gonna start talking about it. You start trolling, I'm gonna start talking about it. I'm tired of it. I just want to get this done, and then maybe I'll shelve my tunes until the server goes, because I've just had it with the people of this game. And it's all the people that were like awesome, fun. They all left for the same reason. I'm assuming they probably are left because they have no time left to, you know, they don't have the time of day to play this game anymore. They got their career going or whatever. But it seems like the only people left in this game are either sequestered off somewhere else, and they pretty much don't want to deal with a person like me, because I'm definitely a person that kind of pulls that towards me. Yeah, eat what you want. Speaking of which, I have to take in about 2,200 calories. I'll give this a little breakdown, mostly for the video, not for the vlog version of this video, but for just whoever's listening to this in the future. I probably love you very much. I just don't know it yet. So whoever, like, okay. So I take in 2,200 calories a day. That's my baseline. That's what I need to move this body around and exist and use my brain and stuff like that. Ideally, I would want 2,200 calories. Some people need more because they're taller. Some people need more because of they need to move their body around, and they have more to move around. It's just how it is. Some people need less, and people need more. But the thing is, we're all in this together. And if you're healthy about it, like if you move around a bit more, and get the blood flowing, because it's not necessarily it's so the most of the problem come from heart conditions, blood clots, those sort of things. So if we get up and move around and stuff, that's super important. I wouldn't be too worried about the other stuff, because that's mostly genetics, and that will happen, and can be dealt with should that happen, as best as possible. But yeah, some people need 3,000 calories just to like move around and exist. So some people need more, some people need less. I happen to be around 2,200 calories baseline. Majority of that has to be protein, actually, because carbohydrates is not very good for me. I could exist with only carbohydrates, but people that saw me when I first started Runes of Magic, they will know the person that only ate popcorn and potatoes for 8 months. So at the point I started, I was already on that diet for a couple of months. I believe I was on popcorn for a couple of months, and then I transitioned over to eating potatoes because I ran out of money to buy popcorn. That's just how it was. I did not take it upon myself to do EBT. Actually, no, that's a lie. I did, but I quit my job. When you quit your job, you do not get money from the state. They will not help you. If you are fired and you have, there are even circumstances in which if you're fired, you don't get help from the state. I think you have to be fired for like mental incompetence, basically. I'm not, you know what, that's a terrible thing, because it's, alright, so that's not true. Someone I do know was, yeah, that's not true. That is absolutely false, and I'll probably leave that out. But you have to be fired for certain different reasons. You can get financial assistance, and I was not the individual to ask for money from family. For one thing, because that's just how I was raised, to be able to make it out on your own, do what you can on your own. And so I was, you know, stealing potatoes. If you ask my roommate, she might say I was stealing potatoes, which is terrible. Yeah, someone's still taking deer. As I'm like doing this heartfelt video, they're still taking deer from me. That's yeah, you keep really good company, you do. They need help. Unless I'm like literally talking to the person that just went by, like, that's not happening. It's just not happening. I'm not interested. I don't find that person attractive. I used to, but then I got to know that person, and I found that person unattractive. I don't find her personality attractive. Just don't. If that's the case, like I said before, I don't think that's the case. Like that could very well be some person that knows of that person. It could be any number of things, right? So that was definitely a hoodwink moment. Like, I can go rewind the video back, and if this is the video that I'm going to use, that would be a classic hoodwink. Is an objectively attractive person, or like a person that would be attractive for the average person, to kind of take the line of sight away from a person, and then someone uses their blind spot to do some hoodwink stuff like that. That's like, yeah, that's 101. Very basic stuff. That might have been the big guns for them. Like, we'll get this person real good. No, just go ahead and keep taking the deer away. It's fine. Eventually they'll get tired of it, and that's the one thing I have on my side, is this persistence to survive 10 years of isolation that I don't think they are capable of surviving. And I 100% call it surviving, because I have my life, which I almost lost when I was 24. When I was 24 is when everything changed. Like that, when I realized that if I fell asleep, I wouldn't wake up again. That's when so many things changed for me. The pettiness, what love means. Well, not so much what love means. I would find that out later. But the pettiness, the worrying about just the silliest things, which is so awesome that people can. Like, they're in these environments where they never have to go through that. I want that so much. But, oh dang, a plush toy? Got the reindeer plush toy from Amazon. Amazon knows what's up, and they know what I'm doing. I was researching like little toys, little reindeer toys to put on my desk in the future after I get done with this, to remind myself of just like the absurdity of what I was doing. Like, this is a little chapter marker of my life. An earned, like something I earned, not like a certificate or anything like that, but something interesting. I licked my lips when I said these things. No. Yeah. So, years ago, I had like a terrible view of myself, mostly because of my interactions with the outside world. So I had like terrible self-confidence, and it manifested itself in constantly trying to keep my lips moistened. So I would constantly lick my lips, right? And they were like bright red because of it. And so, to combat that, I was like, okay, well, I can use like a medical form of that, and we'll be set. And I won't have this issue anymore. So, and it all came from the fact that we are cold-blooded, in a sense that we are like a few degrees lower in body temperature than other people, which is, it's pretty normal. Some people are over, some people are under. If you want to get technical, that's like the vampire versus werewolf kind of situation. But so like the heat would just crack my lips, especially if I don't drink water when I need to drink water, and it would just crack my lips. So I lick my lips to try and alleviate that, not even realizing. So I started using lip balm, like camphor, whatever it was called, which was probably a bad idea because I used my finger to dig it out. And you use like the stick. That's like probably the healthiest way to do that. So I would use chapstick, and I would go through like tubes of this stuff. I had developed an addiction to the medication in the chapstick, and that's why I said I was addicted to chapstick. It's plain and simple. I feel like people saw that and just said, "Oh, he's saying something that he doesn't realize he's saying." Like, and that's the kind of people I'm trying to stay away from. That person that sideswiped this character, that's the kind of company that person keeps, and I can't imagine like being around those types of people all the time. I don't care either way if like that's not the case anymore, but it certainly was just a handful of years ago. She also dated my roommate, who became one of my really good friends, and so that's one of the reasons why I was like, but yeah. Yep. So it's like a loved one issue or something like that. I don't know what it is. Like maybe she's in, nah. But I see that character and I see that name, and I have to wonder, is that the same person, or maybe someone that knew of that person and they're using a tune? I don't know. Either way, like even if that person was to stop here and just try and strike up a conversation with me, I would want nothing to do with that. I would be polite, and I would be sincere with my words, but it would lead to nothing else other than just me being polite in a quick little interaction. That's all it would amount to. Well, hoodwink away. It won't stop me. I'll keep on going. Keep on living. Keep on being the same person. Regardless. My voice might be shaky at times. My hands might be shaky. But I'll still be the same person. Isolation or not. Doesn't matter. You want to take that deer from me? You want to take it away? Okay, you don't. Not that one. You didn't take that one. You should probably take the other one though. There's another deer over here you should take, for sure. Go ahead and take that one, man. Go ahead. There you go. It's right there. He didn't want to take it. He didn't take it. Why didn't you take that deer? Bro, take the deer, man. What the fuck's wrong with you? First one's free. You know, it's a cliche, but that seriously is like a really good business tactic. What's better than free? You know what? I don't like free. Free is dangerous. When I worked at the gas station, this might seem kind of silly, but I found a $5 bill right on the ground when I was working at the gas station. I'm making like I don't know, $7.88 an hour, $8. I think I stopped at $8 an hour. So I was making $8 an hour at the gas station, right? I was manning this gas station by myself. It had two doors, one facing the highway, one facing away from the highway. And I was security guard, I was retail person, I was the person that's supposed to stock everything, I was the barista, I was all these different things in this one little location. And I picked up a $5 bill, and I was like, sweet, that's like, you know, more than half of what I make in an hour. I'm just gonna take this. I put it in my pocket, and I spent it later. And some messed up shit happened afterwards that just made me question my life, and I was like, holy crap, this karma crap, this might be real. So I no longer accept free as being like, you know, someone that uses Linux all the time and all the free software and stuff. It's one of the reasons why I'm trying to like showcase stuff. If you ever wondered why I created that website, that's the whole reason why. Because I'm afraid of the karma. It's not because I'm a nice guy. That karma will come get me. That free software will start biting me. Yeah. I'll probably forget I even said this like 5 minutes from now. Got a deer. Yep, there we go again. Missing deer. Do. Sometimes I wonder if that person's a game manager, and they're just using the game manager character, like, you know, to go ahead and try and, like, circumvent what I'm trying to say when I'm doing my pathway, like, just kind of steer my path differently. I don't know. It's a sad course of action. Keep it up. Keep doing it. And I tip my hat. Imagine that. Imagine that. That's a Ernie reference from Sesame Street. He's like dressed up as a knight, and he's acting goofy. 'Cause that's the stuff I like, puppets, goofy stuff. Because the world can be kind of a terrible place. And what's the matter with some puppetry? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, my trolling techniques are not working on him. Custom tailored troller techniques? Yeah, I don't think they are. I think they're like convenient store trolling techniques. Spending too much time eating those sandwiches. Sheesh. Eat the burritos instead, those are healthier. Even though there's got like tons of saturated fat. If you're in that kind of environment and you need the saturated fat to recover from all the trolling that happens, like, you know, sometimes you need it. Oh my god. He says many things, and I don't understand what he's saying. I'll shake them eventually. It'll take a while, but they'll learn. Just a little message to, in case there's a GM in the zone and they have a problem with me farming. Like, I will sure, like, listen to that. Uh-oh. I think he figured it out. Oh no. But how do you break the case wide open though? That's the problem. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, he's surprised. Hoodwink, 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 hoodwink. I'm not even all that psycho, to be honest with you. Like, the people in my, like, where I grew up were fucking... Oh my goodness. And I can say it that way, oh my goodness. Because I don't care. I don't actually think that reasoning with these people is a logical course of action. I'm trying to, but I don't think it really is a logical thing to do. Because as you can see, the deer are missing again. They can farm any old location. There's another place that's actually kind of more interesting to farm for deer, for these specific antlers, high quality antlers. If they need those for the dailies, or if they need some to kind of drop them, there is one location that's actually closer. So what they're doing is they're going out of their way to clear out these giant antler reindeers, and I would imagine the elder reindeers too. So what we can be sure of is that someone's not working. They're not going to school. So what I can do is take it upon myself and to be random about when I log in to avoid them. Yeah. That's one thing I can be assured of, is someone's not working right now. So this is most definitely not someone I care about. Hey, I can go without for a year if I have to. No big deal to me. The magical experience though, the magic of it. Yeah, whatever. Okay. More like 11 years. And you know what? I wish I had gone without for the past 39 years, to be honest with you. I wish I'd gone without. I wish I had not linked up with people in that kind of way, but I did. And I'm sorry that I did, to be honest with you. We had a great time, whatever, but it's my right to be able to say that I wish I hadn't. I'm allowed to say these things, and I know people don't want to hear them, but I'm allowed to say it. Alright. I think maybe we might have got our point across. GMs are kind of used to dealing with people that do the botting and stuff like that. Not necessarily reasonable people. One thing we know is that they're not working right now. Typically speaking, right now would be a time that people would work. They wouldn't have an extended, unless of course they have like a vacation or something like that. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the laptop occasionally. Like I see 2 jobs on another tab. I have 2 tabs open. I use 2 platforms to make money. There are enough to buy diapers for the month if I have to. God forbid I have to, like, I'm stuck doing this while like trying to take care of a child. Like that's some warrior type shit right there. Good for them, man. Holy hell. I can't imagine. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing that. But there we go. There we go. And if there's some people that think, oh, he doesn't deserve the spotlight because he's a horrible individual, I'm hoping by the time I actually get it to spawn, like they will realize that that's not the case at all. You know, I'm not a terrible person. I could go over the list of things I've done in this house that I could have just said, no, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I've done a lot of physical labor, and it's mostly just people like this are the reason why I can't get employment, because they just won't chill. They just won't stop, and it's so frustrating. And they're the kind of people that would say, ha, you can't get a job, that's funny. And meanwhile, like, they're the people preventing people like me from getting a job because they don't want to see their face or something stupid like that. It's a whole vicious cycle of just people that are out for themselves, and you know, and then I'm doing circles around the subject, right? Because maybe they're not out for themselves, maybe they're looking out for other people by thinking I'm a terrible person. There are so many different lines to the spider web. You check the spider web and it leads all back to 1 to 2 people. You know, that kind of mentality typically you wouldn't have for a group. This is way too specialized, I think, for a group of people. So it very well could be 2 people getting their rocks off on messing with some dude like me. That happens sometimes. Like, that's like another hoodwink. That's just like we're bored. Generally speaking, that's not really. People don't really do that often. Hoodwink is generally for money. They just want to rob someone. You know, they're just trying to get money. They don't necessarily want to hurt anyone, but if they're fucked up on drugs, they might. And if people think this is like a dumb idea for a video, well, they're more than welcome for their opinion, right? I will log that away and say thank you for your input. I value your comment. I appreciate it. Oops. There's someone that posted on one of my things on Thingiverse, and it's like they used the character name or the account name Protagonist33. Are you serious, dude? Oh man. Nice 3D render though. Nice. You really showcased it. You printed it. You got it well made. You took a photo of it. Like, well done with that, dude. Appreciate it. Thanks for the comment. It definitely like upped it in the algorithm a little bit. More people downloaded it after that, so that's pretty cool. I will take it. Enjoy your fun while it lasts, because it won't last forever. You know what will last forever? My persistence. So, good luck with all that. Alright, so we know they're not working. We don't know if it's a holiday break. So it might be a holiday break from school. It could be a snow day. So that's another factor I need to take into account. It's a snow day for work. Like I guess they have snow days for grown adults. We didn't have hurricane days. When we got out of school, we went to work. Hurricane or not, we went to work. Yeah. No, I think the store I worked at was shut down for a little while. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was always open. Yeah. There's like downed trees nearby where I'm working, and I'm like riding to work on the sidewalk because I'm riding a bicycle, and I gotta swerve around all the tree branches and stuff. It's fun. That's the kind of person that these people are trying to like mess with. They're spending a lot of time trying to mess with a very insignificant individual, and you are equivalent to the company that you keep, and indirectly they're keeping my company. So like, what does it say about them? Like, if they are trying to derail the video, I'm still not sure if that's exactly what's going on. What I did see was an aggressive move by someone riding a cookie past me. They had the cookie mount. Maybe it could be a bigotry thing too. Like, one thing I have to keep in mind is I did do some how do you call it, practical research by creating a character that had the word bear in it. I wanted to know what it was like for people to assume something about me, and so I created a character with the name Bear in it, which typically means, if you're in a bigger city, bear typically means a male homosexual, right? Big dude, hairy dude, that sort of thing. It doesn't always mean that. Some people might get the nickname Bear and it has nothing to do about their sexuality, but typically speaking, in a video game like this, yeah, people just assume that about someone with a character like that. So that was the idea behind Up Bear. I wanted to know. I've never experienced that sort of. I had to stop using that character, right? I don't know if it's because of just talking and dealing with ADHD symptoms, because I kind of compromised that little experiment, to be honest with you. So it could be bigotry that I'm dealing with here. Like, just straight up, like, someone associates this character with that character and they think I'm homosexual. And they want to stop me from just anything at all. Like, if they think I'm having joy, experiencing some kind of emotion other than fear or anger, they might want to stop that. That's what bigotry is. It's and people don't realize that sometimes when they use these disparaging words, that they're basically just holding on to an old system that benefits heterosexuals over homosexuals, and that's with the population the way it is. That's not the path forward. If you look at it like through like hard Vulcan logic, that's and I use like a fantasy character to describe a thing, but if you look at it like that, like it's just terrible. It does exist. It will continue to persist to be that thing, the bigotry. But hopefully, the people that don't realize that they're doing it, the biased people that don't realize they have a bias, like they will like come to terms with the bias. They'll see it, head on, and they'll deal with it, and that would be super cool. I don't want to be associated with that sort of thing. So it could be that they could just be complete assholes, like complete bigots, just hell-bent on trying to stop me from existing in a positive way in this game, being an influence, or really anything at all. That could be what that is. And it's sad, but it's also a possibility. It's another a route I can take this. I might never solve this within this period of time, but thankfully I have something to keep my mind occupied. Maybe it's like the whole time I'll be thinking about that person or something like that, something silly, which is not the case. I've already come to terms with anyone that may have played this game, and will use these kind of tactics. I've already come to terms, especially if even if it's like they've shown interest in a way, and like their loved ones, or their loved one decides that they don't want me around. Like, even if it's just that, like I still wouldn't be interested, because that's the company they've allowed into their lives. They don't have the defense mechanisms in place, and that's just the way it is. I don't have any personal vendetta against them. They want to keep on taking away reindeer, that's fine. I will get done with this project eventually, but like I said before, I don't want to associate myself with any of the people that are involved in trying to circumvent for whatever reason. Like, even if like someone thought like this is a good way to get me ready for like fatherhood, like that's not a good route either. That's terribly toxic and caustic. That's and plus this is the virtual world, right? All this would do would just make me want to go away from those people. That's it. So yeah, I don't know which route it's taking, but I'm gonna keep on keeping my eyes open, seeing where the reindeer are missing, and all that stuff. We've got 23 minutes left on the clock. One thing they are doing is keeping me on the microphone, that's for sure. Whew. The vlog is just gonna be a 3-hour video, so I'm just gonna, like, I'm just gonna leave this uncut. Just go over the thoughts, and maybe someone might find it interesting. I don't know. I do continuously talk throughout the video, so that's good. Yeah, 100%. The things that are not going to change are the comments section for each of the videos. for either the vlog or the main video that's sped up 550%, like, no one can comment on those. They will be for archival reasons. I wonder why he keeps posting that. Like, I keep clicking that in zone chat. It's like people don't understand what that means. For archival reasons. This is just, I'm gonna find this reindeer, I'm gonna log it into Facebook and be like, that's what it looks like. This is how to do it. We're good, we're done. And that's it. You know, there's another avenue of like people that have and people that have not. And perhaps this people that have don't want someone that has not to finish a task that may or may not generate some clout, if you will. Like I might have some kind of like view count scenario for something like that, being the only person that's ever done it in the game. I don't know if I'm the only person. I'm just making an assumption at this point, right? But how do you shut this guy up? You can't. You just can't. You have to kill him. That's the only way. And I guarantee you that I'm not going to be associated with people that want to do that to take the place of me, right? I will 100% guarantee you that that is a possibility. I see that a little bit because maybe they might not recognize what it takes to what it means. Maybe they might be so so delusional that they don't see what happens when you pull the trigger. Like, some people don't see it until it's too late. And I just think it very well could be that kind of personality. I don't know. I don't want anything to do with the hoodwink situation. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't associate with my people. I don't associate with psychotic people. I just don't. And that's mostly to you know, that's self-preservation, not only for me but also for my family, and for maybe if I have friends, which I don't at the moment. I basically have talked to the last person I would call a good friend. I excommunicated myself from several months ago. It was a day before my birthday, actually, and it was so the day of my birthday was when the guild that I was in just went ham fist crazy, trying to troll me in like this most hyperbolic kind of way of doing it. It was Serenity. I don't know if it was one person or like the whole guild, but yeah, like I had just excommunicated myself with who I would call my best friend, someone I was friends with from the time I was 12 till the time I was, you know, basically 39, or 38, sorry. So, long-term friend, and this person took it upon themselves to use that to their advantage. So I am not joking when I say I want nothing to do with anything in that person's orbit, not even remotely. Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. It's like friendship orbits, and yeah, people that may not be dangerous. You know, I thought, you know, it doesn't require the killer instinct to pull a trigger, and I want to avoid that. And it's not just I want to avoid that, but that kind of orbit will happen in the future. So I'm not looking out for myself. I'm looking also out for future generations in the process. I am so, like, every step they take to do this makes me even more removed from wanting to be anywhere near their guilds, their you know, I want to move out of the state it makes me like if they're from the same state, I would want to be away from them. Like in any of the orbit, in any of the culture surrounding that sort of thing, just want to be away from it. And people would probably might say like, oh, this is just a video game, relax. How many hours do they spend doing this? They spend doing this. You know, I'm spending a lot of time farming for my own, like, for my own personal gains, but to show this cool thing. It is kind of selfish because I enjoy the farming. But how many hours do they spend doing whatever the hell they're trying to do? And you add it up, all the minutes, and over time, what do you get? What do you get out of that? Is it pleasure? Happiness? Is it anything at all? I don't think it is. I don't think it's any gratification whatsoever. And maybe a temporary gratification, like got him, like that kind of mentality, like dang, I transported to elementary school for a second, got him. I don't know, it can be fun sometimes, but boom. Looks like the deer situation has cleared up a little bit. Still seeing them. I'll still do the circles. You know, if a GM shows up and it's like, hey, I don't want you to do that. Well, I guess I'll just post out the video unfinished. Because the GM says it, that means I gotta stop. But so far, the only people that's tried to, or seem like they're trying to stop me, are, you know, individual players. I can't say that they're game managers because I don't have that data available to me. I can make believe that, I can guess that, but I'm certainly not going to blame them because they got enough on their plate. This ain't about power. This is about trying to get this done. And if they're trying to flex, on me. Go ahead and flex. Keep it up. Keep flexing. It makes you feel better. It makes you feel better. Yep, deer missing. Man, as soon as I said that, someone took the deer away. It's almost like they could hear what I'm saying. Hear my thoughts. Can they feel me too? Can you feel me? Can you? They can't. They can hear me. They can't feel me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They probably just go on a cycle every so often. Like, oh, I'll just go over there every like 5 minutes. Like have a timer set or something. At least they're organized about it, right? Well, then again, too, it could be a bot. Like someone just upset about me saying something about botting in the past, and I've revealed who I was in several different people know, people with some memory cells in them will remember that I am that person that was like, hey, I see a bot over here, I see a bot over there, and that might be enough by itself. And it might be the lady friend of the botter. You know, maybe they're both cheaters, and they decide to take it upon themselves to stop the one person that had enough bravery to say that someone's cheating or something. You call that brave? I don't know. Maybe it's a little brave. Oh boy. Some people take it personally if you don't join their guild, or if you leave their guild. Some people take it personally. Like they'll... what I'm dealing with is psychosis, though. It is 100% psychosis, so they probably need antipsychotics. I'm not a psychologist, but You know, you do this for over 50 hours and you get a feel for the pattern of things. They definitely have a serious problem. And that's one of the reasons why I think if they did have the ability to press the trigger, it might not be until they press it when it's too late. They have the ability to think they can drive whenever they want, including when they're intoxicated, which could result in someone's death too. You know, that's vehicular manslaughter. That's a long time in prison, and that is you killed someone's family member. You might as well pull the trigger. For a lot of people, how they see, you want to talk about like social karma, like that's. And right now I'm not trying to say these things for personal gains. I'm more of just, man, we've got enough deaths in the world. You know, we got enough people dying. You know, if I can prevent like maybe one of those, that would be cool. It's not going to be my own because I'm not going to be anywhere near those orbits. Like, nah, you can go ahead and do whatever. Damn, I've not been checking to keep track of all this. So, you know, I don't think people are stupid or whatever. I just, I see the patterns in what they're doing, and I see them stuck in something. And I know what it's like to be stuck, to be like mentally locked into something. And it hurts. And it sucks. But there's a way out of it. So I don't think I'm dealing with the game manager. Someone is working. I mean, they're not working right now. I mean, they could be doing the same thing I'm doing because I haven't had a whole lot of work early this morning. They don't have a problem waking up early to mess with a person like me. So we got some clues and we can dial it in. We did see a character name I've seen before that has come by this same area. I'm not sure if Deer went missing right after they came by the area or not, but in this instance they have. So that's not a friendly. That's not a friendly character. Any of those names, there's like a Amymage, there's like a Amy blah 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 blah. There's a bunch of them. So any of those characters, I will say, are not friendly. Off of the data I've accumulated so far, I would also caution against characters that are like Little Miss something something. I would those aren't friendly to me either. So I will stay with that. That's external data, just in case that is that same person. That's external data. Obviously, I'm not going to leave this stuff into the portion of the video because that's naming people. It's naming guilds, and that would make me look like a bad person. All right, we got the elder reindeer here. Alright. Damn, 1600? I'm just gonna toss him. I wonder if the people involved with all this are actually at the helm to see the zone messages. They might not be. Like I said, they literally could just place 2 tunes and have their orbit just swipe through this area. It could be just that simple. Yeah, someone botting can just like make it just annoying enough. But the fact that how did they know I'm here in the first place is interesting, because I did not go into town. I'm not sure if they're gonna have like a spiderweb karma that they're gonna have to deal with or what, but there are forces at play sometimes that make life really difficult for people. I like to call them like guardian angels, but really it could just be like their own self-conscious getting the best of them. I hope one of my biggest hopes is that when we leave this world, that we have a choice to help others that are still in this world. The main problem I have with that is that I can't eat. I know that food won't be something I can take with me. That won't be something I can participate in. That won't be something that will... It won't mean the same thing anymore. Food will no longer be a way of sustenance. It will no longer be a thing that if you don't eat it, you don't survive. It will no longer be that thing. Food, if in that situation I can see food being more like energy. But yeah, if there was any afterlife, I would hope to be one of those guardians, because that would be cool. It would give me some work to do. I don't want to just lounge about in the afterlife. That sounds really boring. But you get to watch your favorite TV shows. Like, nah. And by afterlife, I'm not talking about the biblical sense of things. I'm talking about like hard, you know, hit the ground running, or you might like dissipate into nothingness, like kind of the way of looking at things. So one of the reasons why I'm not too worried about living my life based off of things, because I know like people like me would end up being like guardians and stuff, because you gotta put them to work, right? They gotta work off their sins, and that's cool. Just hope you don't meet the super being, you know, the one that can consume the guardians. It's rough the way I see it. I think I can write a book on that subject. That would be a really interesting book series. It'd be like I don't know, I guess the storyline's kind of already been done in the show Dead Like Me. It's already kind of been, so yeah. Keep on going. Hopefully they get their medication, or they're back on their medication or something, or maybe hopefully they get off the drugs. Maybe, oh man, that's another avenue of things, like someone that's on like a really addictive substance like black tar, or they're on the rock. That could be another method of why people are like botting, because they want to pay for their they think it's like an easy way to earn the money, so they can enjoy their substance of choice. That could be another avenue. They could be like addicts that I'm messing with. Although, yeah, I don't want to mess with an addict. Like that's the worst thing you could do. They could be that drug users, and that would explain why they're not working right now. So we do know they have a psychosis that hopefully can be put into check. I don't like the idea of pacification so much, because I can't imagine having to go through that. But you know, there comes a certain point, if you're a danger to yourself and others, maybe a little psychotic medication might help. Antipsychotic, sorry. So what we do know is just the basic stuff I've said already. I don't think they're a game manager, so they're not like an official that I have to worry about. Unless they didn't at least they didn't respond to my message. So I knew that blasting stuff onto Discord wouldn't make much of a difference. Mostly just I just wanted to kind of razzle them as much as they razzled me. So, you know, to know that yes, I have tools to fight back and I will use them. To a certain extent, right? I don't want to be around while they're okay, so two things I know of is that one, they knew I was farming. Two, they're not working. At least they're not working today in a capacity in which they can't use the computer. So those two things I know for sure. Well, let's do the third thing. They also have a psychotic lean to them that is it's showing pretty bad, and that's cool. All right. And there's that one, I've talked about this throughout multiple days. There's that one facet of which, like, some guys get in so like a couple will have a child and it turns out they're madly in love, but the father is so volatile that it's decided that he can't raise the child, and so the mother brings in a kind of like a schmuck of a male, but someone that will actually, like, he will sacrifice his life, like he will be the guardian for that child. So there could be that avenue too. Like I've already proven to myself that I've already proven that I do have some bravery. Might be a little misguided on occasion, but I've already proven that I will go beyond myself to do stuff for my family. So that very well could be one of that's like a, I wouldn't call that like a hoodwink. I would just call like the desperate situations call for desperate measures kind of situation. But I've already years ago I've decided I will never be that person. I will never be someone that raises someone else's child. I can't be that person, and it's purely selfish reasons, you know. So there you go. He's not all that in a bag of chips. You're right, I'm not a bag of chips. Matter of fact, I ate a whole freaking what you call it? What is that thing? A Cornish hen? It's a little snack. It's like eating a hamburger. Could have ate 2 of those if I wanted to. I'm not going to though. It's rude. In my situation, I keep track of my calories specifically so I don't eat too much. I don't want to be a burden on my family. What's up, reindeer? How's it going? Yeah, this chair is really uncomfortable. Keep shifting in it and stuff. Oh snap! I think my 3-hour farming, my yipping session's done. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta be a little stealthy about my antlers. That, and I don't know who is buying them, so I'm not sure, you know. Someone keeps buying them, and they're buying all of them that I sell. I'm not sure why they're buying it, and I'm wondering, right now, I just started wondering this, whether or not that's the reason they're trying to stop this video from happening. To stop me completing. I think it's a stop method. Like they're trying to prevent me from seeing this creature. I don't see evidence of any other reason. Like they're either trying to get me to stop doing this, or trying to make it seem like it's so frustrating while I'm doing this to quit the game. But yeah, I lost my train of thought. But it could be so many different avenues. Eventually I'll figure it out. If someone's trying to prevent me from doing this video, because they're like delusioned of like like I could be spending this time doing more important things. Yeah, they don't know me at all. This is fun for me. I'm working. I'm having fun. Like even if I wasn't talking on the microphone, even if I was just like listening to music or listening to a podcast as I was doing this is an enjoyable experience. I know I'm not like changing diapers right now, or you know, doing something that other people would find more productive, or like spending every waking moment of my time learning a new skill. But what I'm doing is doing something I've wanted to do since I've heard of this creature. Like, whoa, that sounds cool. And I'm on the way out of this game. I'm on the way out of this lifestyle. I'm not going to be in this game. You know what I mean? And I want to go out with like kind of a little bit of a bang. Maybe, you know, it very well could be that people are trolling me, specifically because they trolled me in the past and thought I would amount to nothing. They thought I was just this stain on society, and they want me to suffer because they thought I was a stain on society. And then maybe they're upset because I'm starting to pull myself out, and they don't want this like stain to live a life. They don't want the stain to show happiness. They don't you know, like it could be just very basic stuff. But alright, my drop rate is down. I'm gonna have to damn, I might have to use a fruit of forgetting at some point. My level is kinda high. 43. I'm still got a tremendous drop rate for this area though. Alright, I'm gonna do a spot check real quick. Hopefully someone isn't sniping elder reindeer as I'm doing this. I have a feeling they're the kind of people that do that though. There's one. Yeah, I'm not trying to be on a high horse or anything. I'm just trying to get this done. And I will say a lot of interesting things to make that happen. Also, you know, I do have empathy. Yeah, someone took out like just a whole bunch of reindeer for me. That's super cool of them. Boy. How about that for a throwback? I just said, I made it. Where are we going here? Alright. We got the reindeer back. They missed an elder reindeer. That's a shame. They should have showed up. They should have stuck around, you know? Hung out a little bit. Might have been fun. Protecting a roommate. That's what this whole lineup. Protecting a roommate. It's so simple. Alright. So, here we go. And while I'm doing this, I'm still recording. I'm going to go ahead and toss all these antlers. Matter of fact, I don't want to deal with the rune pets either. It seems like the more I sell in the auction house, the more grumpy people get about just me existing in this video game and making a little bit of gold in the process. And if they are gold sellers, that would make sense. If they're the cheating kind, which I think that person is. They took that kind of route a long time ago. Tell you what, you can't take the food with you. You might as well enjoy it while you can. Alright. Believe that. Two. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, if it was this one of these situations like, oh, he's bored, or like he's slipping or whatever, I want to like build him back up so he like regains his confidence. I'm not down with that either. Like, no, I'll distance myself from that kind of activity for sure. I don't think it's a bot. I think it's actually someone piloting a tune. Mostly because it's not, the orbit doesn't have a pattern other than, I don't know, the pattern seems kind of random for a bot. A bot would just be like circling in the same way, much like what I'm doing, but the way to tell the difference between me and a bot is I'm jumping as I'm looting. So if I stop doing that, that's another data point for a game manager to be like, uh-oh, what's this about? Uh-oh. Alright. And if they're trying to push me forward by like giving me little like razzle dazzles every so often, that's not helping either. All you're doing is just making me frustrated and stressed. Like stressing person out like that is just, it's like on par with people that they see someone with blue eyes, right? This is a common problem for people with blue eyes, and we make up like 2% of the population. So it's a lot of people that'll do it all at once. They'll try and change the eye color by stopping a person from drinking water. They'll stop a person from eating certain foods. They'll switch out their foods for something with more melanin in them. What they're doing though is increasing the chance of cancer, skin cancer for that person, because the person suddenly has too much melanin in their system, and their system might not know what to do with it because they come from places where they don't need it. So they want to change a person to be more like themselves and in doing so, the person is in debt to them, right? Well, you changed me. I love you for that. I wouldn't be the person I am had it not been for that. And that kind of shit, I had to watch out for too. Because I am one of the people that can't be changed. And people will just keep trying and trying and trying. And like, dude, after a gallon of molasses, you think it's just impossible. But that's another thing I have to look out for, is someone just trying to change my eye color. People will drop hints. The people that drop hints, those are, I believe those are the friendlies. The people that don't drop hints, that are like just like brutal about it, yeah, not friendlies. I can't tell you how often I saw my father put like vanilla and stuff in his drinks and stuff like that. He was constantly trying. He had blue eyes when he passed away at 63. You know, just some people just there's a genetic thing that happens in which they don't absorb the melanin. The melanin, I mean, the colors and stuff. It just flows out their system. There's nothing that can be done about it. Unless, of course, they like starve themselves of liquids, which is probably a terrible thing to do to someone when you're like in a tropical environment, like a snow, like a Norwegian slash Germanic person or whatever, in a like hot environment, and you just like starve them from water. It's awful. I didn't actually know this was a tactic until I started watching the movie Under the Dome, or the TV series, Stephen King series. One of the characters was trying to do that. I'm so glad Stephen King wrote that in. That's crazy. Alright, I can do my dailies. Some people do change, but you know, it could change gradually and slowly, and not like through manipulative means, right? Make yourself appear more important than you really are. People like that. They like that sense of power. Like I said before, none of this is making it in the video, though. Tell you what, the more angry and upset I get, the brighter my eyes get. Actually, they don't. It makes my system actually flush all that stuff out. Because I'm in like fight or flight mode, and that's when I heal the fastest. it's just a part of my system. I call it healing. Maybe that's not the appropriate term for it, but that's when my system will release a lot of the toxins out. So that's part of it. I wonder if they're upset because I killed I'm killing the bunny rabbits. Are they the kind of people that would be upset about that? Like the kind of people that would see me eating that Cornish hen or tearing it apart before eating it and be like, oh no, he's got a terrible diet. It's very tasty. I mean, you know, I've never had it before, so it's different. I have all these like preconceived notions of who these people might be, and I don't know. I have no idea who they are. All I have is the facts. They're not working right now. Possibly two of them. Possibly one using someone else's account. You know, I'll do your dailies for you. It's just that simple. And then the password's gained, and it can just never be changed. I watched people that I would have called friends. Their accounts were overtaken. Their like Facebook account was overtaken by a well-meaning suitor. And you know, it's cool. Maybe people change. Maybe they didn't. Yeah, it was a long time ago, but that was enough to be like, oh, whoops, sorry about that. I was talking to the wrong person. I'm not a savior. I'm not someone to save someone. I'm not someone to light the way. I'm just some dude living in the here and now, trying to play this video game. My eyes don't change. My freckles get darker. That's about it. Yeah, I'll get like these really dark freckles. The more melanin I get, it doesn't go to my eyes. It'll go to my hair though. I had really dark. I mean, you could just look at my old pictures. I had really dark brown hair, blue eyes. So that's pretty much a direct indicator that I can't be changed. It's a genetic mutation that happened 10,000 years ago, from what scientists have surmised. They found evidence of the first person with blue eyes in a cave near the Black Sea, I think it was, in the like the Baltic region. It was interesting is that this person had dark skin and blue eyes, so it wasn't an adaptation. If it was an adaptation, they would have been light skinned. So it was just a weird genetic mutation that happened within that region, and it kind of it persisted because people thought it was attractive. That was it. It has no benefit to, like, there are wildcats that have blue eyes. There are certain, like, I think snow leopards are one of them. But you know, the interesting part of snow leopards is their eyes don't look like that. If you look at pictures online, their eyes don't look like that. They're very dark blue. They're not like that frosty colored blue. So yeah, people try and do that. They try and change people's eye color. It's like an inner city thing, but yeah, it's a way to you know, have power over someone. All right, these folks probably don't know what eye color I don't care. Oh boy, 7. So what I do know is psychosis. That I can be 100% on. They need antipsychotics. I don't know if, well, it very well could be the alcohol. So the alcohol could exasperate such a thing. So I don't really know for sure. I'm not a psychologist. I would never say these things on YouTube. This is just for archival purposes. But yeah, they have a problem. I don't care who they're related to. They have a problem. And they need to assess that. They're not people just fooling around. That's if that was being said to someone, that's honey, right? That's milk and honey. That's an ephemeral thing that will just subside over time, and it'll make way for the truth, and the truth will not set anyone free. It'll just be fucked up, because that's just how it happens sometimes. Damn, is it cooling down a little bit? Right. Damn, I should have... I wonder if people think I'm trying to, like, insinuate something by coming up behind this character. Like someone doing the dailies and they see this, like, really tall elf come up behind the character. No, I'm just trying to do the daily the fastest way possible. So I take a shortcut. That's why I do that. People always think there's some kind of like angle. People have like an angle or something. I don't have an angle. I'm just trying to do this as quickly as possible. That's why I don't do my mini games. I don't want to be on here doing something I don't want to do. I don't want to be in game. I don't want to be a part of guild. Like I've said before, I don't want to be a part of any of this. So far, the only interactions I get now are discouraging. So no, I don't want to be a part of any of that. And if it means a life of loneliness, then that's what I deal with. That's on me. But it's my choice. $18.66. What's the fantasy? I keep persisting, and not for any other reason other than finishing this goddamn video and getting out of this game, because I am done. I will jump in on occasion to check in on things, maybe like check in on stuff, but yeah, just done. Absolutely done with this game. I've had it. I don't understand the tactics. They make me confused, upset, stressed out for no fucking reason other than, I mean, these things can be done in person, right? They should be done in person. That sort of thing. So, I'm not freaking out. What I'm doing is just done. Like, people think I'm like, I'm some person that I don't have the mental capacity to like say things and hold to the meaning of the things I'm saying. I am that person. I'm literally that person. Like, people think I'm so squishy in the head, like, oh, he doesn't know what he's saying right now. I know what I'm saying. And this game it's just frustrating. It's stressful. And for no reason whatsoever. I could be playing Skyrim solo. I can be playing all these other games solo. And you know what's good for me is to avoid, I want to say skinny women, mostly because that's the whole thing I've ran into, right? No, that's not the reason why I want to date people that are not skinny. I like to eat. It's very simple. And they'll prevent me from trying to eat, and I don't like that. I just like to eat. I like to eat. I like different foods. I like cookies. I like baked goods. I like not baked goods. I like protein foods. I had been void of all the foods I wanted to eat for years. I'm not talking about here in the last 10 years, but before that, I just couldn't eat what I wanted to eat. I couldn't afford it. And the idea that I would, be with someone that, like, didn't share that same enthusiasm, whoa, boy, that sounds like a prison sentence. That's like jail time. I don't want that. And I know saying this stuff is not going to prevent that like level of trolling from happening. It's just going to keep continuing. Because me saying something in the microphone is not going to like magically fix years of problems built up into this like moment in time. I have problems, but I'm not putting those onto other people. You know what I mean? So I think that's pretty important. I love that like attitude that people have, like, oh, if someone's poor, they're stupid. Like, they think the system will work if you do the hard work. They think the system will work if you like, um, if you put in the work, if you like, you're intelligent, it will work for you. It's like, and then the same people that will push away poor people from gaining like more access, more resources, and they don't even see the disconnect there. Like, no, it doesn't work for everyone. There are a lot of poor people out there that are extremely intelligent. For every Einstein, there was like at least 100 more that were never found because they came from environments that were not good for that kind of development. Even Einstein didn't come from an environment that was all that great for his in development. He had mental problems he had to get through. Apparently, he failed math quite a few times too. I'm not saying I am Einstein. I'm just saying that's, you know, that's like the example that people understand. Wasting all that time talking because people are wasting their time trying to prevent me from doing this video. It's just trying to prevent me from doing the video. Don't even see it. All that honey, that milk and honey. You know? Alright. Got nothing to list up in the auction house. But I threw it all away. I guess I don't really have to worry about, I'm also not spending any gold either. I don't have anything to spend it on, so I'm gonna start taking all the resources that I earned here and just throwing it away. That's how annoyed I am. Alright. I don't need to do that. What am I doing? I'm gonna check the gear though. Man, they woke up early for that too. It's like, I don't even think they were doing anything, but they woke up early specifically to do that. And it's just, I just want to get away from all of it. It's not healthy for me. I don't care who they're related to. I don't care if that's a brother or if that is just people that are just being people, like nasty people. I don't know. I don't know who it is, but you know what? I want to get away from it. If it is a family thing, like family looking out for family, and enjoy the rest of your lives. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with it. I'm serious. This is important to me, and that should be enough. Apparently it isn't. Right. I'm so tired of it. Alright, logging out. Sad note, but gotta keep on chugging forward, because that's the only thing to do. Alright. Until next time, that concludes day 42. It's December 26, 2023, 11:14 a.m. Till next time.